Good morning and welcome to the 2023 4-H and FFA Beef Heifer Show at the Maryland State Fair. I believe we have Class 1 at ringside. We are just getting ready to start. I'm looking for Class 22 junior heifer calves. We should have 7 entries. We should have 7 entries in this in the Class 22. Into the ring now. We are starting with our first class, cow calf, natural calf. We have a single exhibitor, Jaden Odell. Oh, I'm sorry. We're starting our Angus show. Class 20 is in the ring. Class 22, we need in the makeup area. We are looking for 7 entries in the makeup area.
morning. Kick things off with just this single entry pair and a nice pair that comes out here that the young lady's got. She's had a 3-year-old cow. She's got her bred back and an April heifer calf along the side of her, and I think a cow that balances exceptionally well from the side. Beautiful in terms of the shape of her head and the length and set of her neck, and then she's got some body and a ton of function built into her feet and legs. She's a little bit long-toed, and I think that has carried over just a little into that calf as well, and so maybe that's just an area that I'd want to tweak on him just a little bit, but I think the cow is made really nice nonetheless, and then I think that calf replicates a lot of the things that that cow has, and she's big-ribbed, and she's got some extension. I think a heifer that's got some grow left in her as well, so a really nice way to start things off. Congratulations to the young lady with her pair.
Congratulations to Jaden Odell for exhibiting our first place cow-calf pair. Into the ring now, we have our junior heifer calf class. Heifers in this class are ranging in age from January 22nd, 2023 to August 28th, 2023. Sorry, I have a date wrong. We have from January 22nd, 2023 to February 28th, 2023. There was a typo. I didn't think that baby had, we can't show non-born babies yet. Can we, Karen?
No. We can try. Oh, goodness. All right, so that one we got there. Okay.
And we got the birth date. I got the class. Okay, where are you going now?
Angus, age 3. Since that will come up.
Okay.
Okay, should actually be in class 26 instead of 27.
Class 23 needs time. Exam for this class. Well, then flip the page. Aaron and I are on the back. Attention in the barns. We need our late senior Angus heifers to ringside. Late senior Angus heifers needs to be in the makeup area. First call, late summer yearling heifers. Class 23, class 25, start making your way to the makeup area. Good morning and welcome to the 2023 Maryland State Fair Beef Heifer Show. At this time, we are judging our first class of junior heifer calves. We have 7 in the class. I've just had a phone turned into me here at the announcer's desk. It says it's Simon's phone and it was found in the men's room. So Simon, if you're missing a phone, we have it here at the announcer's stand.
I think this initial trio of heifers, we've got a January, February, and March, and I think all 3 of the cattle are really nice, and each one of them's just a little bit different from one another. Heifer that's going to lead off today, she's probably got a little bit of an advantage with being a touch older, and in some ways it can work a little bit to her disadvantage too. But to me, the fact that that one's the best in terms of her body shape is one of the things that gives her an upper hand, and then she comes back square in her hip and balances with an exceptional look of just proportionalism off to the side. I say the fact that she's a little older might be to an advantage because it helps these cattle just bloom up a little bit more, and yet I would also tell you in her case, it makes me think that one might be just a little hard to manage in her chest. They pushed on her. She's got just a little more condition on her, especially versus that heifer riding behind her, and so I'd want to clean her up just a little bit there at the base of her chest and the way that it's shaped, and yet from the profile, I still think that heifer has so much to like in her that I think she's really nice. I love her top line when she's set up in motion and you can take her out. She gets just a little bit off there in her loin and causes her tail head to look ever so slightly high. This heifer in second, when this heifer's out on the move, I think is where she looks best, because that's a young heifer calf that doesn't just settle into herself on the stick perfect yet, but man, she's awesome in terms of her look up front. I love her neck set, her shoulder, and her smoothness, and I think feet and legs, that heifer's really good with a world of future in her. Obviously, she's skinny today, and that heifer doesn't have the bulk, and I still think that relative to the two cattle on either side of her, I don't think she'll ever have quite as much as what that duo does, and yet she's going to come into a little bit more. So love her feet and legs, love her out on the go. I think she's got a world of future in her. This heifer in third, I think a person could sit here and try to make her into a combination of some things in a way, and the reason I say that is because I like her head and her neck shape, and I think a little bit of that youthful character mimics that of the March heifer that wound up second in here, and then she's got her beat just a little bit in terms of substance and shape. I actually think when you get behind the cattle, she might have as much real muscle in her as every one of them, and at times that might work to a slight disadvantage in her. She gets just a little bit round, and I know sometimes it's probably because they're young and it exaggerates it, but she wants to pull up a little bit in the center of her spine, read just a smidge coarser and off in terms of her hip and her hind leg, but I think that's a very, very nice heifer in the hunt with that initial duo. This heifer here in fourth, kind of a bulky power heifer right here. Lots of rib, lots of body in her in substance, a slicker haired one that maybe doesn't have that soft hair coat as those ones in front, but still the top side shape to her neck reeds that have just a little bit of a crest to it. The base of her shoulder opens just a tiny bit, and so I think some of that coarseness comes with all the bulk, substance, and power she has, so it kind of matches type and kind just a little bit. I want to smooth her up for me just a touch. Young man's heifer that's coming out next, a little bit more immature in her kind. I like her extension. I like her flexibility when she gets out on the go. She too gets a little bit low in her pin set. Maybe just doesn't balance up quite as attractively from the side. Young lady's heifer that's given her a fit, that's a moderate one that I think will always stay in good condition for, because as a young heifer calf, she's still so good in terms of her rib and her body type, and she's obviously one that appears like she'll be easy fleshing in her type and kind. She gets just a little bit piecey in terms of her balance with a little extra set there built into her hock. And then we have a heifer that we saw just out here a second ago. This heifer's still on the cow, and in some ways I don't mind that. It's hard to wean calves right now back home with as hot as it's been. At the same token, that heifer's probably just a little more immature, and she doesn't read with the same kind of bone and foot size and substance as what these other cattle get as we get her back out here and compare her. But a really nice class of heifer calves to get things started with.
Congratulations to our Class 22 exhibitors. First place, Bryce Zepp. Second place, Allison Schultz. Third, Kelsey Zepp. Fourth, Bryce Heath. Fifth, Travis Sadowski. Sixth, Jordan Oler. And seventh, Jaden Odell. I do want to announce that we are going to be doing a bred and owned class at the end of the Angus show after the selection of champion and reserve, bred and owned. So if you have bred and owned heifers that you would like to have in that class at the end of the show, you may select one of your bred and owned heifers to show for each breed. And that will run unless your champion Angus or your reserve champion Angus heifer happen to be bred and owned also. So if you want to keep those bred and owned heifers ringside so you don't have to run them back and forth, that's absolutely fine. In the ring at this time, we have late senior heifers. We have 2 entries. Birth dates range from December 1st, 2022 to December 23rd, 2022. We need Class 25 and Class 26 to be in the makeup ring. Class 25 to the makeup ring. Class 26, start making your way to the makeup ring.
Two very, very different cattle that come out in this class, and I kind of want to meet in the middle of them, and then I think the strengths of each of these cattle could make put together something that I think's really good. Young lady's heifer that's going to lead off today, maybe in not every way is my speed, and yet in a lot of ways I just think that one reads like an awesome cow. I think you compare her to the heifer in second, the fact that she is by some margin better in her forerib shape and her depth of heart goes hand in hand with the fact she's just a lot better bodied and easier fleshing. She'll be the more moderate one as a mature cow, but I think that one makes an awesome cow, always does her job and looks the part from that regard. She's got maybe not quite as showy of a look, and the fact she's got a flatter hair coat doesn't help intensify that by any mean, but mainly I want to just modify her in her shoulder a little bit, let her reach out of her front end structure just a little bit more ideally, but her proportions are good. That heifer's thick, she's bold, she's easy fleshing, great kind of a cow. This heifer in second, the fact that she's not wanting to just show great today probably doesn't help her because her top gets just a little bit off, and I think that heifer's got extension up front. I actually think when the cattle's set up from the side, even sometimes in motion, she's probably a little bigger boned and has a more attractive build to her hind leg structure. I think that with a little extra lateness and maturity and extension makes me think this heifer, if she bulks up in her forerib and softens in her body type, I think could get around the other one in time. Today she's kind of in one of them stages to me, or looks like she's maybe just kind of a heifer that's growing up a little bit and needs to just open in her rib and her body type. But a nice pair of cattle. Both of them have a lot of good and very different from one another.
Congratulations to Blair Heath for exhibiting the first place late senior heifers, and second place to Hayden Hahn. Entering the ring at this time, we have late summer yearling heifers. We have 3 entries in this class. Entries range in date from July 1st, 2022 to July 15th, 2022.
Another tight pair that we've got here between 1 and 2 in my opinion, and there's trade-offs between them. Young man's heifer that's going to lead off, I think, is just a little smoother and more feminine in her type and kind. I like her head shape, the shape of her neck, and the smoothness of the way that her neck ties onto the top side of her blade. I wanted to clean her up just a little bit there in the base of her chest, but then work back out of her shoulder, and I think that transition of shoulder to foreribs really good. Her joint works good, her foot quality is good, and she's smooth in her makeup. So I like that heifer a lot, and she's a little bit more moderate than the heifer behind her, but maybe even closer to some of the size of the ones I have around that same age too. So it doesn't bother me at all. I don't think she's too little by any means. Heifer in second's a big performance-oriented type of a female. Lots of grow in her and lots of power, and I actually think study her around her tail head. She's even just a little bit fresher right there too. So I like things about that heifer, and she's big bone. To me, she is just a little coarser in the way that her shoulder's built, her chest to her heart's maybe not quite as seamless from the side, but I think those two heifers there are both really nice, and you could do what you'd like with them. Young man's heifer right here, a flexible, long-strided one that's built really correct in her top. I like her shoulder smoothness, especially the top side of her blade, the way that it lays into her even better than that heifer in second. She gets a little outperformed in this set, doesn't read with the same kind of body and totals of substance as the pair right in front, but a nice trio of cattle in this summer division.
Results of Class 25 late summer yearling heifers. First to Troy Heath. Hi, awesome mom. This is the announcer at the show ring, and I have your son's phone. There you go. Yeah, yep, I'm the announcer. Come on up, I'll give it to him. Bye. Sorry for that interruption. First was awarded to Troy Heath, second to Hayden Hahn, and third to Gage Axline. If you're reading down your program, 3, 2, and 1. In the class at this time, we have early summer yearling heifers. We have 5 entries in this class with the addition of Colton Nussbaum. Heifers in this class range in age from May 4th to June 6th. Again, birth dates are ranging from May 4th to June 2nd. We are going to be looking for Class 27 April Junior Yearling heifers. Again, Class 27 April Junior Yearling heifers, you need to be in the makeup area. And Class 28, please start heading toward the ring.
Really nice class of them, and I think probably our only June heifer in here that's going to lead off, and I thought did so pretty handily out here, and I think a really nice kind of a female. I love her in terms of her body shape and the depth that she's got from that regard. I think her size is on point. She's maybe not just perfect in her shoulder angle and pastern set, and yet by no means do I think those are out of bounds on her either. I thought she daylighted this class. And then we've got some trade-offs thereafter between 2 and 3. I like the young man's heifer when he gets that one parked in regard to just her smoothness and maternal image, and I think that's where she holds an advantage over the heifer in third. She reads just a little bit more refined and a little bit more feminine. She's softer bodied. I think you pair that with one that I think is going to be just a little bit more mature or moderate in her mature size, and I think that one stays in just better cow look as she's kicked out. Want to change her there a little in her hock from behind because she kind of pulls it in, but I think the flex and mobility of it probably handles herself better than this heifer in third. Bigger, stouter one right here in 3, and I think that's the trade-off if you want that kind. I definitely think she's got that for you. She's bigger pinned. She's the biggest boned one in this class as well. I read her just a little bit more upright in her hock and straighter. I thought she could flex out just a touch better and then maybe be softened just a little bit off to the side, but she's good in the ways that she's good. She's very, very powerful. Young man's heifer that comes out next, I think her head shape and her neck shape and the way that it blends into her shoulders probably just a little bit more feminine versus that heifer right in front. In the way that her shoulders built, though, I think she's probably the most upright in this class. We've got to set her angle back and let her reach out of her front end, have more set back there into her knee. We loosen her in terms of structure, and then I think the upper hand that she has in terms of some balance components could make things more challenging in this class. On the move is where she slides into fourth, though. Heifer that's going to wind up in fifth, easy doing in her kind and massive in terms of her rib and body. I actually think there's a little more reach out of her front end versus the one in front. She's probably just a little overcooked in terms of condition for me, and then I want to clean her up in her hock joint. You get behind her, and that back right hock's got a little swelling on the inside, and then the shape from the side could probably be just a little more refined as well. But really nice class once again.
Results of Class 26 early summer yearling heifers. First, Hayden Hahn. Second, Travis Sadowski. Third, Walker Whitehead. Fourth, Colton Nussbaum, and he was an addition to this class. And fifth, Savannah Roberts. If you're following along in your program, 1, 3, 5, 2, and the write-in of Colton Nussbaum as fourth. In the ring at this time, we have Class 27 April Junior Yearling Heifers. We have 3 entries in this class, as Colton Nussbaum was in the last class. So we have 3 entries in this class. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. We do have 4 entries in this class. Colton Nussbaum is a scratch, but Grafton Condon is an addition. And heifers in this class are from April 6th to April 29th, 2022. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. We need Ashlyn Harrison to report to the Angus makeup area. We need Ashlyn Harrison to report to the makeup area and find your grandmother now.
I think we've got another really nice class here that comes out, and a pair of them that have a little bit of contrast from one another here at the top end. Young man's heifer that's going to lead off, I think, just brings forth a lot of quality to her, and I think she's just a little bit more seamless in terms of her balance from the side, the way that she blends right in behind her shoulder, across her loin, and then out of her hip structure. I think pair that with the fact she is just a little bit more sensible in terms of her size, and she just reads like kind of a smooth, good kind of a cow with more than enough in terms of quality to have a show halter on her as well. Heifer here in second might be the bigger, longer, and stretchier one of this duo. I like that about her. She's got a big square hip in her as well when you're right in behind her. A heifer that's maybe just a little bit coarser and more upright in her shoulder versus that one right in front. Relative to her frame and her size, she doesn't probably fill just quite as much forerib and heart as well from profile, but little minor things in that heifer. Very, very nice animal there in second. Heifer in third, I think, still has some quality to her, and a heifer that's got a fresh kind of hair coat on her as well, and kind of gives her this freshness and look. She's fuzzy-eared. A heifer that I just think's a little too upright in her shoulder, and she's got to just get out and flex a little bit better in terms of feet and legs, and then we could just sit there and talk about the good things that one has as well. But in motion is where I just want to tweak on that heifer a little bit. Young man, your heifer here in fourth, massive in terms of her rib and her body type. Very, very easy fleshing in her kind, maybe to a fault just a little bit. She's so easy fleshing that she just comes off a little too stale out here, and so I want to freshen her up quite a bit in terms of her condition. But man, she's big-bodied, she's stout, she's powerful, she's got a lot of substance to her.
Congratulations to our Class 27 April Junior Yearling Heifer exhibitors. First to Grant Anthony, second to Hayden Hahn, third to Allison Schultz, and fourth to Grafton Condon, and he is a write-in in your program. So if you're following along in your program, the results are 3, 2, 1, and 4 with Grafton Condon. Entering the ring at this time, we have March Junior Yearling Heifers. I have I have more than 4. I have 7 entries in this class. Birth dates are ranging from March 2nd to March 17th. We are looking for Class 29 early junior yearling heifers to be in the makeup area at this time.
A good class and a lot of them in here and a lot of quality in here. The heifer that's going to lead off maybe doesn't just overwhelm with the most of a lot of things, and yet I would tell you that I think what she does have that's an EST is just being the most complete one out here. She's the best balanced in my opinion, and you compare her to 2 and 3, I think the top side shape to her neck is especially a little better. I think some of that comes from the fact that she's fresher than those cattle that are riding behind her, and so I think the extra freshness and balance and feet and leg quality that heifer has is what surfaces her in this particular class. Heifer in second I love in terms of just a quick glance at her. Massive bodied, big hipped. She has some proportionalism from the side. The shape to her neck reads just a little cresty right there. I don't think she's quite as stout or as flexible as you study her from the hock to the ground as what that heifer is that leads right in front of her. Heifer that's in third, massive in terms of body type, really, really powerful heifer that comes out here. Maybe just a little bit stale in terms of condition. Want to freshen her up, clean her up at her navel just a little bit, and I think that'll allow that heifer to just get out and reach a little better, because I do think that she's sound in terms of feet and legs. Heifer here in fourth, really flexible in her kind, and I like that about her. She gets out and she takes a long step out of her front end. There's some set built into her hock and some function built into it as well, and yet she's just a little coarse in it. At the same token, she maybe reads a little flatter than the cattle that are right in front of her. This heifer that's going to follow right in behind her, I think follows type and kind behind her as well. Feminine headed, feminine fronted, and smooth. She has some body to her. She reads just a little bit flatter and lighter in terms of her bone work and longer toed, but a nice kind of a female that I just think kicks out with more long-term function versus this pair riding behind. And I opted to maybe swap my first impression. Young man's heifer that's going to circle next. She's probably the oddball in this class. That is a big outlined, long-bodied heifer with tons of extension, and I think that size alone has some performance to it. Problem is, I just don't think she brings enough rib and body with it to just look cowy enough in terms of her kind. And then I still think we could modify her just a little in the way that she's built to her knee. I swapped that pair because first impression, I like the heifer that's going to round out for us more in terms of body type. She's a long, level-made female that's square out of her hip. I've got to fix her in terms of her rear foot shape, though. I just don't think that'll last, and that's my hiccup on her. Really nice class, nice heifer to lead off.
First goes to Troy Heath, second to Bryce Heath, third to Kinsley Farrell, fourth to Allison Schultz, fifth to Jaden Odell, sixth to Hailey Orndorff, seventh to Peyton Nealis. If you're following along in your program, 4, 3, 2, 6, 5, 7, and 1. Entering the ring at this time is Class 29 early junior yearling heifers. We have 6 entries in this class. Entries range in date from January 2nd, 2022 to February 24th, 2022. We are now looking for the winners of each class. We are going to do the selection of the champion Angus and reserve champion Angus heifer prior to the selection of our bred and owned heifers for each breed. So we are looking for our class winners and our second place class winners to be in the makeup area at this time.
We got another nice class to kind of close things out on the Angus show here, and the young lady's heifer that leads off. I think a combination of some things is why she does so. In relation to the heifer behind her, I think she's just a little better in terms of balance. I think her chest floor sits into her a little neater. She hooks in stronger behind her shoulder, stays a little better in the way that her tail head lays into her, and she's still one of the two really big-ribbed cattle out here that's massive in terms of body shape and body depth. I don't know if she gets out just perfect in terms of feet and legs, and she wants to throw her fronts just a little bit wide on herself, but I think that's a very nice heifer to lead off. The heifer in second's the one that I think is intriguing, even if she's got some areas that maybe stand out where we'd want to fix on her. I guess she looks the least typical out here in some ways, and some good things too, because that's a big top stout power heifer that I still think stays really functional in terms of feet and legs and gets out and moves right. Like I had alluded to, maybe we've got to clean her up in her chest, strengthen her top, and tone down her tail head, but I think that heifer has some breeding pieces to her that makes her kind of unique. This heifer here in third, I think she's moderate, she's long-bodied, and she's smooth in her makeup. She maybe just doesn't feature the same upper body shape as what that pair has that's right in front of her, kind of tucks her pins at times and just gets a little bit off balance. Not so much anything that's wrong with that heifer big picture, because I think she does fundamentally right. She maybe just doesn't push boundaries as far as 2 and 1 right in front of her. The heifer that's here in fourth, he done a nice job managing this heifer in terms of putting her on point and condition, trying to work that hair and get that hair kind of going the right direction on her. She's up-headed, you get her shown nice, set her in motion. I think she could reach just a little better out of her front end. Her tail head too just tacks on a little bit high onto her. I want to settle it down into her, but you do a great job with that heifer. Young lady, you got a high-performing, growthy, long-bodied one that comes out here. There's a lot of substance to her. There's a lot of performance in that heifer. As we set her in motion, I want to see her reach a little more comfortably out of her front end. She gets just a little rigid, a little bit tight in terms of her pastern, and so want to settle her down from that regard. But that's a big-hipped, long-bodied, performance-driven heifer that you've got on your hands. Heifer that's going to round out for us, I think the fact that she maybe doesn't have quite as much substance to her goes in part with her just reading a little bit more feminine than the heifer right in front of her. I think the smoothness of her shoulder is very, very good. Her muscle pattern lays onto her very, very smooth as well. And similar to that gentleman I had talked about too, I think you've done a nice job of getting this one managed in terms of condition and hair quality. She's up-headed and ties her neck on really good. Set her in motion, and I think the heifer in front and you get into just a little trouble in terms of front end. I want to set back her shoulder. Same thing, settle her pastern just a little better and make her more comfortable as we put that one in motion. But very, very nice class to go ahead and round out our Angus show.
Congratulations to our exhibitors in Class 29, early junior yearling heifers. First place was awarded to Reese McNutt. Second, to Austin Nussbaum. Third, Blair Heath. Fourth, Travis Sadowski. Fifth, Jordan Oler. And sixth, Lexi Zepp. If you're following along in your program, 263451. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce your Maryland Angus Queen. Miss Raven Heron is here today helping us hand out ribbons. Thank you, Raven, for being here. Entering the ring at this time, we are going to select our champion Angus and reserve Angus heifer here today. First in the ring is Bryce Zepp with your junior heifer calf with a birthday of January 26, 2023. Out of Class 23, late senior heifers exhibiting, Blair Heath is exhibiting a December 1st, 2022 heifer. Class 25, late summer yearling heifers, your champion, your first place exhibitor is Troy Heath, and his heifer was born July 1st, 2022. Class 26 exhibitor Hayden Hahn with her early summer yearling heifer with a birth date of June 2nd, 2022. Class 27 exhibitor Grant Anthony with an April junior yearling heifer with a birth date of April 6, 2022. Your March junior yearling heifer exhibitor is Troy Heath, and that heifer was born March 2nd. Early junior yearling heifer division, your first place was Reese McNutt with a January 2nd, 2022 heifer. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our champion and reserve champion Angus Drive at the Maryland State Fair.
Really good set of cattle that come out here in your Angus show, and I thought we started strong in that first class with really a trio of those heifers that I thought all brought forth some good things, and it'll be fun to kind of, for those of you around here in this part of the world, watch those cattle mature a little bit and keep competing with one another, and then wrapped up with another nice class there at the tail end to just embody a really good set of cattle. I do think there are some different directions that you could go out here because I think some of these cattle stand out in different areas. I probably have my mind made up just a little bit. I'll go out here, take one more glance, but get you a champion heifer out here. I think she does some things that are very, very impressive, and still fundamentally that heifer is very good. So congratulations. Let's put our hands together for everybody in this Angus ring, and I'll get you a champion reserve.
We are looking for Hayden Hahn to return with the April Junior Yearling Heifer from Class 27. Your champion Angus heifer was exhibited by Grant Anthony with FDE Wendy. And your reserve champion Angus steer was exhibited by Reese McNutt, came out of Class 29 with AASC Proving Queen 102. So your champion Angus heifer was exhibited by Grant Anthony, and your reserve champion Angus heifer was exhibited by Reese McNutt. We are now going to have one more class of Angus heifers, and that is your bred and owned Angus heifer selection. We're going to pick one champion bred and owned Angus heifer. So if you have a bred and owned Angus heifer, can you please return to the ring at this time? Thank you.
I think giving deal is very, very cool. I think it's something that honestly you get a little bit more success out of these, or at least more pride out of these when you have success out of these. And so I would encourage you guys to keep doing this and take these cattle home. I thought there was a lot of competition between the 5 of them that are out here in their classes, and some of those classes, as you heard me say, there's trade-offs between them and we could go different directions. So I'll go out here, I'll get you a champion, but congratulations to all of you guys for breeding these cattle and doing a really good job with it.
Congratulations, Bryce Zepp, for exhibiting your champion bred and owned Angus heifer. We're ready to move into our Charolais division at this time. Attention in the barns. We are missing one Charolais heifer. I'm looking for Madison Hedges Bailey, which I believe is right there. Briley Miller. Are you bringing your Charolais to the ring? Are you in there? I can't see around the podiums. Here she comes. I need class 33 commercial heifers, class 33 break 1 and break 2 commercial heifers. Please start making your way ringside.
Nice pair of Charolais heifers, a pair of marches that come out here, and two just performance-oriented cattle that I think do what this breed is supposed to do. Heifer that's going to lead off, she's a little better looking because she's just a little sharper in her lines. Her neck shape and her squareness of hip are two particular components that I think add balance quality to her favor. And then I think just her lower body and back into her flank, I think she holds an upper hand from that standpoint as well. She's acting up a little bit, so it's a little hard to just get a perfect read on her structure. She's got a little extra set there into her hock. She'll want to stand just a little out in her elbow at times up front. Nothing that's long-term concerning to me by any means, though. A nice place to lead off. Heifer that's there in second, a smooth-made one that's long-bodied. She's got some shape. She's got some power. I even think her teats are just a little bit further spaced versus the heifer that's right in front. She's just a little rounder in her kind and a little coarser in her neck, but two nice performance-oriented chars to start our first class with.
Good morning. We are into our Charolais show this morning. Class 28 results. First to Briley Miller and second to Madison Hedges Bailey. Entering the ring now, we have Aubrey Short with a January 14th heifer. At the conclusion of this class, we will select your champion and reserve champion Charolais heifer. The Charolais Award is sponsored by Shadow Springs Farm, Bob and Judy Tibbs. We are going to ask that our commercial heifer exhibitors all come ringside at this time. Break 1, 2, 3. Commercial heifers, start bringing your heifers ringside.
Just a January heifer here, and I think her better days may even still be ahead of her, but the reason I say that is because her structure's right, and I think she has enough balance quality that the one thing she's just missing is a soft midrib and belly in her. I think that heifer's got some performance. We saw her yesterday quite a bit out here when the young lady used her in showmanship. Very, very good stick on the end of the halter, a big-footed, big-bone, sound-structured heifer. We'll see her back out here against that other class winner right now.
Entering the ring at this time, your first place exhibitor was Aubrey Short. Entering the ring at this time, we're going to select, we have Briley Miller. From class 29, we have Aubrey Short. And in contention for reserve, we have Madison Hedges Bailey.
We bring this trio of heifers back out here for our Charolais division, and the heifer that won the first class, I thought in this lineup, that one's the best in terms of just her rib shape and her body depth. I think she still has some quality to her in terms of extension and squareness of hip and the pieces she brings from the profile. Even though she doesn't maybe piece them all together perfect, I think some of that is because she's just not wanting to settle into herself perfect out here. If she'd settle in and relax that spine, I think then everything balances even better in that heifer. The one right in behind her, I think really sound in terms of feet and legs. I actually like her hock and her rear leg the best of this trio that comes out here. And the fact that she's showcasing herself a little better allows her to read a little smoother, a little more correct in some line pieces. Today, she's not as soft-hearted. She doesn't have near as much rib and body in her as the heifer right in front of her. But I like her up-headed look and the way that she pieces together a balance and structural quality. Then our second-place heifer over there, a really long-bodied one that still has some substance to her. We talked about in class that heifer reading just a little coarser in her kind versus our winner, maybe a little flatter from behind and pwned up around her tailhead, but a nice set of cattle. I'll go out here and shake the hand of your champion in reserve. I think they're both good, and I think they can trade around different spots, especially down the road.
Congratulations to Briley Miller for exhibiting your champion Charolais heifer, and to Aubrey Short for exhibiting your reserve champion Charolais heifer. Again, that award was sponsored by Shadow Springs Farm, Bob and Judy Tibbs. We do not have any bred and owned Charolais, so we are ready to move into our commercial heifer class. Our commercial heifers are shown by weight. Our first two heifers to be shown in break 1 will weigh 693 to 885 pounds. Attention beef exhibitors, attention beef exhibitors. We are very fortunate to have Alexis Ray Dune Photography here with us at the Maryland State Fair. The photos that she presented from last year's fair were absolutely amazing. We have cards here on the announcer stand that has a QR code that will take you directly to her website. Alexis will be at the backdrop the remainder of the show and will be taking backdrop pictures. She is excellent at getting those uploaded in a timely manner. So please make use of her services, as her photography has been an amazing asset to this fair.
Two different kinds of cattle, and probably expect that to come out some more as we work through this division right here. Young man's Angus appearing heifer that's going to lead off. I think up front, if we start there, I think her head and her neck shape reads just a little bit more refined and feminine. Work back, and she's significantly broodier in terms of her rib and her middle. And then I even think if you study her down to her rear pastern and foot, I think she plants to the ground with just a little higher level of comfort from that regard. But up high in terms of top line balance, I think the red heifer's better. She's really good right in behind her shoulder, more relaxed in her loin, and then elevated in her pin set, so comes off square in her hip. Take her to the ground, I think she's the stouter one too. She's bigger in terms of her foot and her bone work, and I think you'd expect that head all the way through. That heifer's just a little bit stouter. She doesn't have the same kind of lower rib and body in her today. If that comes with some time, then some balance pieces she has could make her more competitive with that black heifer today. She's just got to be a little bit softer bodied and a little squared up on her front feet too. But two nice heifers to start off our commercial show.
Congratulations to Class 33 Break 1 commercial heifers. First to Carson Powers and second to James Anders. Entering the ring now, we have Break 2 commercial heifers. Heifers in this class are weighing 1,159 pounds to, no. Heifers in this class are weighing 1,072 pounds to 1,159 pounds. We have 4 entries in this class.
Kind of a tough class here, and maybe some different intentions long term with these cattle. And I'll be up front. The heifer that leads off is maybe not 100% my speed. I don't need him with that much muscle. I like him a little softer, but I think that heifer, where she's good, I think there's breeding value in her for you, young lady. She's got a neat neck in her. She's the tidiest one in her throat. She has a huge top and a monster hip in her, and I still think that she gets out and handles herself plenty comfortable. I don't think that heifer just strikes me breeding female in terms of her body type and her power, though. That's my hold up, and I want to run with maybe the only one in here that I think kind of does that in this speckled park here. She's soft-bodied. She's got a smoother muscle system to her than the other three cattle, and yet I still just probably need to see her go a little bit better at the surface, and that's my hold-up. She gets a little rock forward in her knee. She's just a little straighter in her hock and then down into her pastern as well, but I wouldn't mind that heifer winning because I think her body type reads the most long-term. This smoky heifer that's here in third, really powerful and substance-oriented like our first-place winner, and then the one right at the end here too. Dense bone, big-footed, bold. I think that heifer's front feet maybe cause just a little bit of a long-term concern in terms of the growth pattern of them. She gets really just rigid down there into her ankle and the way that she meets her foot and her bone work together. And so I've got to just modify her in the way that she gets out and travels. Heifer that's going to round out a little bit more feminine on a comparative note versus that heifer because she's a little bit thinner in terms of her neck and maybe just not quite as bold and powerful in her kind. I think some similarities in terms of feet, though, causing maybe just a little bit of a long-term hiccup for us right there on that class in that black heifer here. So a nice class. They're really different from one another. You like them real powerful. There's definitely a trio of them in this group that have that for you.
Congratulations to Break 2 commercial heifer exhibitors. Your first place exhibitor was Taylor Hobbs, second to Gage Axline, third to Oslin Topper, and fourth to Charles O'Boyle. Reading down your program, 3, 4, 2, and 1. In the ring now is our last class of commercial heifers. Heifers in this class range in weight from 1,192 pounds to 1,337 pounds. Immediately following this will be the selection of your champion and reserve champion commercial heifer. We're going to be looking for our cow-calf class for our Hereford division. Again, cow-calf pair, Hereford division, start making your way ringside. A quick announcement to Jaden Odell. Jaden, you had the champion Angus cow-calf. We will look for you back at the end of the show for the selection of our supreme cow-calf pair. Again, Jaden Odell, Angus exhibitor, we will need your cow-calf pair at the end of the show for the selection of our cow-calf supreme champion.
give and take, but I think the white-legged heifer's got to start out here, and I think first and foremost, she's really good-bodied and yet still a little bit leaner than the other cattle that have tons of rib and belly in them out here. I think she's functional in terms of feet and legs, and she's got a nice look about her off to the side. Maybe not just perfect down there at the base of her shoulder or loin in motion, and then for how much flex she has built into her lower skeleton and joints, that softness at the ground is probably not conducive to just perfect toe length. She's getting just a little bit long on those toes, but I thought she needed to win this class and do so pretty handily. I think the trade-offs come next, and the yellow heifer's probably not the epitome of balance from the side, but her shape's really nice. I think there's a lot of substance in this heifer when you step in behind her and then you work to the ground. She's probably just a little bit more ideal in terms of feet and the shape of them, and then get her out on the go, and I still think that heifer's sound. Her chest falls out of her, and then she's a little off right in behind her shoulder. Consequently, that heifer is just not just perfect from the side like our class winner, probably balances better. Young man's heifer in third. I actually think this one kicks out, makes a pretty good cow as soon as she walked in. That heifer's really won the first class. I think lots of extension up front, probably the most up-headed and neatest one in terms of neck set, and still really good in terms of driven body. We talked in that class how she just kind of owned that other heifer in terms of body and extension. And if he keeps getting that one going put into her, I think her balance from the side is pretty nice. She just wants to pull it up a little bit. After the won the second class, incredibly powerful, monster hip in her, and still has some quality, a little serious appearance, so maybe needs to just be a little more breeding heifer in her type and her time. And then this white-legged heifer, they just won the last class. I thought did so pretty comfortably. Good body, sound structure, still has some balance quality to her. I'm going to get champion. We'll pull the second from that class out here, and then sort of a little tougher decision for the third. low pair that comes out here. We just got this one 2-year-old cow with a bull calf on her side. And I think we'll be studying that cow from the ground up. She's really big-footed. She's got some bone. She's very, very flexible when we set her in motion. Ultimately, I do think the balance in that cow is nice, and I think her head shape's beautiful as well. I think the peak size of that cow and the correctness of the squareness of her udder is good as well. A nice kind of a cow right there that's doing the job with his bull calf. And a bull calf alongside her, I guess he's in this first class that we're going to have, so we'll let that cow head out and we'll talk about that bull calf right now, and then we'll have to circle him maybe back in and out of here. That bull calf with the young lady's going to circle back around here and show for us. She said is an early June bull calf, and obviously we've seen where he comes from right there. That's heading out, good structure, good moving kind of a cow. I think he does a lot of those things too. That bull calf's got a lot of extension up through his front end. His neck tie's done very good to him as well. And he has some expression of muscle. First calf, we don't always probably expect them to come out as the big stouties, probably because we're more curious to try to get them out, get them alive, and everything. The first go around, they'll bring back again. A cow that she's probably bringing back here real soon, a June bull calf along the side of her. I don't know that he's probably just the biggest and growthiest calf that we'll see for June, but I like the look that he brings right there, and that's a good showing calf for him. Gets his head perked up, ears forward, tight response over there. His neck set's really, really nice as well, and his length of body and his soundness is good. So a nice thing to see that she's got here to win his first class of bull calf as well.
Results of class 20. First place to Chloe Patrick with her cow-calf pair, and we will see Chloe in that cow-calf pair at the end of the show for the selection of the spring cow-calf pair. And from class 21, Chloe Patrick also had first place with her steer or bull calf. Hereford exhibitors, we have started your show, and I believe we are still missing one heifer from class 22. Again, we're missing 2 more heifers. We're missing 2 heifers from class 22. Hereford heifer exhibitors. I don't know who's back there, so if you're back there, ignore your name. Hereford heifer exhibitors in the barn. We are looking for Ella Fritz, Emily Fritz, Abby Patrick, Chloe Patrick, and Sophia Taylor to the ring at this time. Your class is getting ready to enter. In addition, I need class 23 late senior heifers to the ring, please. Emily Troyer, Savannah Hutchins, and Benjamin Troyer. Start making your way to the ring. Your class will be entering soon.
Heifer still has a lot of life left in her to grow and will soften some more in terms of her rear body. One tweak there is just for him to ride down a little bit, but I was correct. I don't know if we have one here that is lethal from that standpoint, though. She needed to start. The bulky power Heifer's here in second. I think that gives her kind of early life and competitiveness. She just kind of lift up these other Heifers in terms of her body substance, her mass, and her power, and I think she's always going to have that. She's a little bit rougher up there in terms of her top and pretty round out of her hip structure. So I think the other ones can maybe catch her in time, but today, the fact that she kind of gets overwhelmed in terms of her body gives her a big upper hand. trio of heifers here because I think each one of them could have their day. The young man's heifer that's going to lead off, I think is kind of a combination out here. I think she's very functional in terms of feet and legs. She gets out and moves really nice. I think that's the best one pretty easily in terms of her rib and her body type. And then she still has some power too, and it blends it into a really smooth kind of package from the side. She's not eccentric in terms of her look, but I think the fundamentals of that heifer are very, very on point. That's probably what I like in the heifer in second too. I actually think just joint work and flexibility and softness of body is really good. I think that's the longest and squarest hip heifer amongst this trio as well. And if you dodge them just a little cooler looking, she's probably not for you because her neck set and her throat and her chest is just out there and stretchy and really, really tight. But that has a soft body, she's good structure. I think her hip structure and her tail net are really good. Young lady's heifer in third, she's different, okay? And so you get some good out here that'll lead you to win the class. Those two heifers are very similar in my opinion, so you're kind of the oddball in good and bad ways, I would say. She's the biggest bone heifer of this set. She doesn't have a lick of hair on her either, and she still moves good. And so that kind of stoutness underneath and flexibility, I think are both really good things. Her tail head and her hip structure is just a little off to me. She's got a little more shoulder and her just doesn't quite soften with as much body today. I think you take that heifer on, keep beating her hair up even a little bit slimmer, and then she comes together really nice. So pretty good heifers. I think each one of them has a place.
Congratulations to your late senior heifer class exhibitors. First was Benjamin Troyer, second was Emily Troyer, and third was Savannah Hutchins. If you're reading down your program, the results were 3, 2, 3, and 1. We have a single entry in this class, early senior heifers. This heifer was born October 6, 2022. In the makeup area, I need the following classes. Class 26 and class 27. Again, we need class 26 and class 27 in the makeup area at this time.
Young lady brings us the lone October heifer for this class, and then one that's just really big at the ground. She's got big feet, she's very, very stout in terms of her bone work, and still a heifer that has some flexibility with all that bone underneath her as well. She's probably not the softest bodied one that we'll see. We want to see her maybe just a little further along in that regard. At times when she walks, she's just so broke for the young lady and easy going that she wants to just drop her head and maybe not the handle her spine perfect. She wants to pull it, drop her pins head, which is finally getting critical. She's got a really stout, still sound heifer that comes out here to run this October class.
Congratulations to Julie Troyer for exhibiting our first place early senior heifer. In the ring now, we have 3 entries in the early summer yearling heifer division. 3 entries ranging in age from May 4th to May 5th. We now need class 27, April
heifers that come out here, and I think they fall together pretty comfortably. Young lady kind of pulls these off. I think the combination of just freshness and balance is where she holds the biggest advantage in this class. I think her lower ribs the best, especially because she's probably fresh in condition. Versus the heifer riding behind her. I'm not saying she's just the most athletic one when we ask that heifer to lead, but I still think the angle is going to be something that need the heifer to lead off. Heifer that's right there in second form is just fighting her a little bit. She's smooth in the way she does the neck into her shoulder. I think the base of her shoulder is probably just related a little bit neater versus the heifer that's going to lead off in this class. Just needs to be freshened up a little bit in terms of her condition, feel, those chest, profile of her. I think that heifer's good body and the fact that she still reads the back forward well. Gives her an upper hand over this heifer at third. Here's the longest and most extended one of the trio. I do like that she's fresher than the heifer at second, and yet at this age, she's trying to get these ones bred. I think it becomes that heifer a little more harder doing. She's a little harder doing, but I think she is fresh. Once the forward hop and close just a little bit.
Congratulations to the seniors in class 26, early summer yearling heifers. First place, Emily Fritz. Second, Riley Miller. And third, to Chloe Patrick, Green Younger Program.
debating on a pair of them here, and there's trade-offs between them, and each of them are nice cattle. Heifer that's probably just does more things that I like, or her kind is more the kind that I like, is the one that leads off. That's a little more extended heifer up through her front end. She's smoother in her shoulder. I think her extra length of body and length of hip is a little bit more ideal as well. And then she probably holds the center of her spine together just a little stronger than that heifer in second. I'm not saying that her chest is that much better, but she kind of comes off a little neater in her chest and the way it transitions back into her heart. I want her to take just a little more flexible steps for me to run with her because I do think she just slowed up a little bit in motion. The heifer that's in second, man, she's powerful. She's got a huge hip in her, tons of lower quarter and stifle shape in that female, and I do think she probably reads just a little bit stouter boned as well. She'll pop her pasterns just a little bit, but I think that heifer is still sound. She's got a little too much shoulder and chest. I want to just make her a little bit more refined in her kind, but she can certainly win the class because she's got so much substance, so much power. You do a nice job with that heifer. The one that's in third, she's the different one in this set. Tremendously long and big outline. That's going to be a big cow, and I probably don't need them quite as big for me. She just doesn't have enough rib and body to go with that extra frame, but I probably like that heifer the best in terms of just freshness and squareness of hip. She's got a really, really stout square pin set in her and a ton of bone. Just has to be softer bodied.
Congratulations to Class 27 exhibitors with their April Junior Yearling heifers. First went to Raylan Wagner, second to Layla Ahalt, and third to Abby Patrick. In the ring now, we have Class 28 March Junior Yearling heifers. We have 3 exhibitors in this class. Birth dates on our March heifers range from March 9th to March 16th. We need Class 29 early junior yearling heifers ringside at this time. Again, all of Class 29 heifers need to be ringside at this time. We will then, after the conclusion of Class 29, we will select the champion and reserve champion Hereford heifer. If you won a Hereford heifer class, you need to think about making your way ringside.
Dark red-legged heifer's got to lead off in this class, and I think there's a lot of good to that female. She's got a monster hip in her, so much rib and body, and the young lady gets her parked and gives you that kind of look, and there's quality in that heifer as well. And I'm not saying that I think she's for everybody, but if you like big, stout cattle that still have a lot of good to them, I definitely think she's up your alley. And if the young lady wants to raise some steers, I think that heifer could absolutely do that. I could probably modify her just a little bit as we study her udder and then her rear leg into the surface. I still think that heifer's sound. The heifer in second, probably the cleaner one in terms of her joints. I think she plants a little bit more even on her rear foot and puts a little more stability there underneath her outside, the outside portion of her hoof wall versus the heifer that leads off. Plus, I think she's probably just going to be a little more uniform in her teat size when you kick that one out and turn her into a cow. That's a big, long-bodied heifer as well. I thought the decision was close between 2 and 3. Young lady gets that one's head up, and I think there's a little more extension through her front end. I think she's just a little bit neater in her shoulder. I think her underline and back into her rear flank probably softens just a tad more with some outward turn to her rib shape and some hip shape too. She gets a little easy there in her loin when you set that heifer into motion. Maybe would want to strengthen her up just a little bit from that standpoint. And the young man's heifer holds an upper hand from that standpoint. Maybe to the point where at times she wants to pull the center of her spine up ever so slightly. But I think those two cattle have a lot of similarities to them in the big picture. This one's a little stronger loin, maybe just a little plainer fronted, but there's trade-offs between the two of them. I think you could go either way on that second and third place pair.
Congratulations to March Junior Yearling Heifer exhibitors from Class 28. First to Emily Troyer, second to Peyton Reinhardt, and third to Troy Hutchins. Reading down your program, 3-1-2. Class 29 Early Junior Yearling Heifers. We have 9 entries in this class. Birth dates are ranging from January 11th to February 21st.
really big class that we have out here, the biggest class by some margin that you guys are in, and I think a lot of really, really nice cattle. I thought the pair that stand out profile to you guys needed to elevate themselves towards the top in this group pretty easily, and that's saying a lot because I still think there's a lot of really nice cattle in this next batch that are snacking on some greenery over here. I think amongst the top pair we do have some trade-offs today. I think that the pair's not close when they're standing still. Set them in motion, and that's where the pair gets close. I like the heifer up front. Obviously, I circled them around to get them reparked, and honestly, maybe I'm trying to cut her a little slack and wonder if she's just a little full because she looks a little full. Way she's holding her top and her tail head's just not probably perfect, but I think that heifer's front end is just so much fresher than the heifer in second. Allows her chest to sit up in her really nice. She comes back from there into her heart and her lower body the best in this set. I think she gets out and she moves really sound. She's massive in terms of her rib and her body. I like the way your heifer carries your spine better than the heifer that leads off, and that's the trade-off for me because she's good-bodied herself. She balances very proportional. I just wonder, is she fresh enough today? That heifer's getting plenty chubby on us in her chest, around her tail head. She'll be easy doing kicked out as a cow. As a show heifer, I probably want her to just be a little bit fresher in her appearance. But, man, she's a very, very nice heifer. I thought both of those you could flip a quarter on because they're both very, very good cattle. Young lady's heifer that's in third, there are parts of your heifer that I think are really good. And honestly, I like that she's fresher than both of the cattle that are in front of you. That heifer, her big hips, square hips, she's fresh. She's got some shape to her. She has some body to her. She just gets piecier than the pair that's right in front. She's got a little crest to the top side of her neck, right in behind the top of her blade. She falls off, flattens in her forerib, tightens in her heart, and then cinches down in her loin. So those little things just don't allow that heifer to hit us with the same kind of look of balance, particularly when she's in motion, because I think when that heifer gets stopped, the young lady does an awesome job showing her. She gets her head up, and her neck set's really, really good. Heifer that's here in fourth, I just think reads like a nice cow. She's kind of a moderate one. She's good in terms of her body type. She's good in terms of her lines as a whole. I think she looks like a great cow kicked out. Does she have some of the extra pieces as those right ahead? Perhaps not. As her shoulder and her knee laid into her just perfect. Maybe that's a little bit of an area that we could probably improve on that heifer too. The young lady's heifer that's going to come next, I thought that pair was close once again. I love the extension of this heifer. I think she's fresh. She's long-bodied. If you like the extra growth that she has over the heifer in front, I think we could switch that pair. Today, the heifer just doesn't read quite as soft in her body type. She's not quite right in the hookup directly in behind her shoulder, and her forerib doesn't read as open as the heifer in front. You can make some give and take out of that because she's a little fresher too. I like the look of your heifer. I think she's got a lot of quality. She's in a very deep class. We switch things up, she could certainly rise. Young man, your heifer I think is a nice cow too. Probably to the fact where she's just got a little too much chub on her around her tail head, her bone fat, and her chest, but she's good-bodied. She's fundamentally right. She's sound. I think she's going to kick out and be good. If we could just freshen her up a tiny little bit, I think that'd improve that heifer. Young lady, you're doing a nice job showing that heifer. First one in down there in the front of the lineup, got her stuck really good. She's a little bigger outline than the heifer in front of you and 2 spots ahead of that one too in regard to just frame and growth size. With that, she probably just needs a little more rib and body in her. We got to soften her from the side to go with the other good things that she has. Next heifer that's coming out, I think beats the one to round out the class on account of freshness, and I think she's just a little smoother jointed versus that heifer too. In this set and for this age, I want that heifer to be softer bodied and better back into her rear flank. And the heifer that's going to round out, that's a big bone, stout-footed type of a female. She holds a comparative advantage in depth of body and depth of heart versus the heifer right in front. It comes with a little extra cover and fat on her, so I want to lean and freshen that one up. I think it'd help her balance improve just a little bit as well. But a very, very nice class of Hereford heifers to round out the Hereford show.
We'll have results in just a minute on that class. We had multiple exhibitors with multiple animals, but I can give you your first place was exhibited by Ella DeFord, and we are going to select our champion and reserve champion Hereford heifer at this time. Am I right? That's what we got lined up, right? Thank you. Out of class 22, your first place was exhibited by Sophia Taylor and was born 1/17/2023. From your late senior heifer division, Benjamin Troyer is exhibiting a November 13th, 2022 heifer. From class 24 early senior heifers, your exhibitor is Julie Troyer with a heifer born 10/6/2022. Early summer yearling heifers, your class winner was Emily Fritz, and her heifer was born May 4th, 2022. Class 27 April junior yearlings heifer is being exhibited by Raylan Wagner. Your March early yearling division winner was Emily Troyer with a heifer born March 12th. Your early junior yearling heifer class was won by Ella DeFord, and that heifer was born 2/12/2022. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our champion and reserve champion Hereford Heifer Drive at the Maryland State Fair.
Lots of numbers, and that's fun to see. I think these cattle have tons of real-world value, and they're still really nice show cattle. I thought we started with a competitive set of those young calves that came out here, and I thought that heifer needed to lead off pretty comfortably in that class, and those ones can switch up after that just a little bit today and on down the road. And then we built into some classes where we just had really good fundamental type of cattle. That second class, a pair of them that I thought were just both good-legged and good-bodied cattle that were smooth-made. Next class, a big stout-footed, stout-boned heifer that you've got that I think looks even better in time as she continues to mature and soften. A really cowy one that came out of that next class, good-bodied and proportions upright from the side. And then a pair that came out of the next class that the young lady had, probably one that suited my kind just a little more, with a little extra length, a little more smoothness, a really stout, powerful heifer that was second to her. And then we got into a good class winner right there that has so much uniqueness to her in regard to power and stoutness and dimension, all of those things. I like her markings. I like she's conservative. I said I could tweak her probably in terms of her udder, her hock joint, and down in the way that she plants her rear foot to the ground, but there's a lot of upside in that heifer, even if she's got some areas that we could improve on her. And then rounded out the Hereford show with a pair of cattle that I thought were both very nice and had trade-offs from one another, a little bit different from one another, but both very good. Let's put our hands together. Your Hereford show has been very, very good. Congratulations to all you exhibitors.
Congratulations, Ella DeFord, exhibiting GGSC Mary Lady 10KET for being named your champion Hereford Heifer. Her award was sponsored by Grimmel Girls Show Cattle. In the ring now, we have Miley Lambert with her second place heifer with a birth date of 2/9/2022. I would like to take this opportunity while we have Maddie Lambert in the area to wish her a happy 13th birthday. Your mom told us it was your birthday. Happy birthday. Is it Miley? It's Miley's whose birthday is today. She's 13, and she was also named the reserve champion Hereford Heifer of the Day. Congratulations. If you're a bred and owned heifer in the champion drive, if you could please keep your heifers in the ring. We're going to do bred and owned Herefords. Again, if you have a bred and owned Hereford in the champion drive, you can stay in the ring. While we get our Hereford heifer exhibitors for bred and owned into the ring, I'll go over the results of Class 29. First place again was Ella DeFord. Second was Miley Lambert. Third was Sophia Taylor. Fourth was Miley Lambert with FBF 2004 Gert. Fifth was Maddie Lambert with FBF 927 Timeless. Sixth was Benjamin Troyer. Seventh was Julie Troyer. Eighth was Abby Patrick. And ninth was Abby Patrick. If you're following along in your program, reading down 7, 3, 1, 6, 4, 5, 8, 2, and 9. Again, if you are a Hereford heifer exhibitor and you have a bred and owned heifer, you need to be in the ring at this time. Bred and owned Hereford heifer exhibitors, we are selecting the champion Hereford heifer bred and owned at this time. Thank you to our Hereford heifer exhibitors. We are now ready to start our Red Angus show. Congratulations, Benjamin Troyer, for exhibiting your champion bred and owned Hereford heifer, and we will see Benjamin back at the end of the show for the selection of the supreme bred and owned heifer. We're now ready to start our Red Angus breed. Red Angus exhibitors. We are getting ready to start Red Angus division. Our first division is Class 24 Early Senior Heifers. We have 3 entries in this class with birth dates ranging from September 13th to September 30th. We're looking for Class 25, Class 26, and Class 28 to be in the makeup area at this time. Again, Class 25, 26, and 28, Red Angus in the makeup area at this time.
Three nice heifers to start off on this Red Angus side, and I think you've got trade-offs between 1 and 2, and I like both heifers. They're different. A heifer that's going to lead off is a little more intriguing to study on from the side in terms of her head shape and her neck set and the extension that she's got, and then she softens so well in terms of her body type. When that heifer gets parked and her top just put together in her right, I think that heifer gives a very, very high quality look that she's giving you folks right now, and that's maybe where we tweak on her, right? It's just there how the young lady's pushing her loin down into her because she wants to just pull it a little bit when she gets out on the move, and it can cause her to look just a little almost plainer in the way that her tail head is laid into her, but that's a very nice high quality heifer that's very good bodied. Heifer in second, I do think it's close because I probably like her right out of the backside of her shoulder a little better than the heifer that leads off. I think her upper body shape's good. She's a little stouter in terms of just her bone work and power all the way through. Young lady's got a very nice heifer there. As you study her from the side, maybe where her chest sits, then back into her heart and back into her flank, she's just not quite as soft today. Doesn't read with the same extension up front, but she's nice, and I went back and forth between that duo. Young lady's heifer, she said that one works really good at the house, and then I talked yesterday in showmanship a little bit. I've been there before, the ones that get to know you too well and then maybe don't even respect you quite as much, but she's got a good heifer, and I think she follows the same kind of mold as the heifer in second in terms of having some shape to her and some stoutness to her. We just want to refine her just a little bit more and balance her up a touch better from the side.
Congratulations to our early senior heifer class winner, Kelsey Zepp. Second to Ellie Summerfield. And third to Virginia Brooks, reading down the program, 2-1-3. We'd like to thank a couple of our sponsors at this time. We have HTI Contractors, the Mill of Bel Air, Show Cattle Connections, McGrew Equipment, Gypsy Creek Ranch, the McGrew family, Crownstone, Bobcat, Transova, Sheepman Supply. We have a single entry in this class.
Lone July heifer comes out here, and I think a lot of good in this female. Just very well balanced and put together right. I think a heifer that she looks good today, but I think he's got her managed to where that heifer is going to look best whenever he wants her to kind of peak later on down the road, maybe even you guys out this direction, Keystone, things like that. I think that time frame, this heifer looks just awfully, awfully good. Today, she's probably a little skinny to just look as bulky bodied as some of the cattle, which isn't always a problem, especially depending on where you're really going to shoot a target for. But I think that heifer's really nice. I think her peak will be really good when she hits it, too.
Congratulations to Bryce Zepp for exhibiting your first place late summer yearling heifer. Entering the ring now, we have Class 26 early summer yearling heifers. We have 2 entries. The heifers in this class range in age from May 13th to June 6th. We are quickly moving toward the end of our Red Angus show. If you have a Red Angus remaining to be shown, you need to be ringside at this time. We are going to put our Shorthorn exhibitors on standby. We will be ready to start the Shorthorn division with Class 22 shortly.
Good pair of heifers that come out here, and I'm going to keep them the way that they stand. I think young man's June heifer, I think he said, a real nice heifer there to lead off in this class. And I think her proportions and her balance, all of those things fit together very well from the side. She's awesome bodied, and that heifer's got some hip and some power to her as well. And I still think good looking from the side. She's probably got a little hair at the top side of her shoulder, so when she first came in, I maybe didn't think that her neck blended into the top side just seamlessly in some of it, because maybe we could loosen her just ever so slightly in her structure. I think yesterday in showmanship, that heifer every now and then would get a little underneath of herself. I think she looks her absolute best when she gets that hind leg pushed far enough behind the plane of her hip, but I think that heifer's really nice, very good place to lead off. Young lady's heifer, I do think that even though we've got some hair there that's disguising or changing some things, your heifer's neck set is naturally higher and better than that one right in front of you. I think you've got the longer bodied heifer of this duo as well, and I do think there's a lot of flexibility in her skeleton. Her foot shape's maybe not quite as good as the heifer that leads off, and just from a balance perspective, that heifer just doesn't quite hold enough strength right in behind her shoulder and across her loin, causes her tail head to look just probably a little bit too elevated. But those are two nice heifers that came out of that late spring-born set there.
Congratulations to our exhibitors from Class 26 early summer yearling heifers, first to Travis Sadowski and second to Abby Patrick. We're now ready for our March Junior Yearling Heifer class. We have a single entry. This heifer was born March 22nd, 2022.
Single March heifer here, and we probably switch gears just in type and kind versus that last class winner. Both really nice cattle. This one's got a lot of grow to her and a lot of size to her as well. I like the way that her neck sits up high on her shoulder, and she's presented very, very well by the young lady in terms of just getting her clipped right and getting her shown right. I think a heifer that's got a lot of quality to her when she just first glance hits you. Relative to her size, I probably could soften her just a little bit in terms of her body type, and I think some of that will come later on down this winter as she gets heavier bred, and then just modify her ever so slightly in her hip and her hind leg. Not big problems though, because that heifer's got a lot of good things to her.
Congratulations to our March Junior Yearling Heifer exhibitor, Kelsey Zepp. We're now ready for our last class of Angus. We have a single entry in the Senior Yearling Not Freshen class. This heifer was born September 21st, 2021.
Lone single yearling here, and the young man brings us one who's moderate in her frame, long-bodied, definitely has some fleshing ability to this female. Obviously talked to the young man and wish that one was a little closer to being right on the money as far as calving relative to that second birth date, but that's a practical appearing female from the outside. She's got some body shape to her. We'll see her back out here in just 1 second.
Congratulations to Everett Brooks for exhibiting your first place senior yearling heifer. We are now ready to select our champion red Angus and reserve champion red Angus heifer at this time. From class 24, early senior heifers, Kelsey Zepp is exhibiting a September 22nd, 2022 heifer. From your late summer yearling class, Bryce Zepp is exhibiting a July 18th heifer. Your early summer yearling heifer class winner was Travis Sadowski with a June 6, 2022 calf. From your class 28 March junior yearling heifer class, Kelsey Zepp is exhibiting her first place heifer. And from our last class, senior yearlings not freshened, is Everett Brooks with a September 21st, 2021 heifer. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your lineup for champion and reserve champion Angus heifer. Put your hands together.
I think this is a quality lineup, and I'll just be blunt and say that I don't think any one of them necessarily runs away with it because I think each one of them has a reason that a judge could justify why they like them. A heifer that wins that first class, probably the most intriguing one to just study on from profile amongst this set that comes out here, because I think that one's next set in tandem with her softness of body is pretty unparalleled amongst this set of them out here. And at times, yeah, I wish that heifer was just relax her loin ever so slightly, but that image right there that she presents to us from the side is pretty hard to miss amongst this set, especially when the youngest heifer calf relative to this set has the most depth of body and softness to her as well. Heifer that came out of that second class, I alluded to the fact I think there's an abundance of quality to her. I think her balance and her lines, everything about that heifer reads really correct from the side. And I also alluded to the fact that I think her peaks later on down the road, because that heifer's a little skinny out here. She just doesn't have near the same depth of body as the cattle on either side of her. And so today, probably not looking 12 o'clock, but I think that heifer's quality fits into this lineup that if a judge wants to say that's who they're going to put their money on long term, I think they could do that and justify it. Young man's heifer that wins that third class, probably as cowy in her appearance as any one of them. Her boldness of body in tandem with depth makes that one the broodiest appearing in my opinion. And then from behind the cattle, I think that one brings us the most power amongst this set as well. From profile, I do think she proportions right. I want to loosen her just a little bit in the way that she gets out and travels off of both ends, maybe settle her right in the center of her spine just a tiny bit more. But I think that heifer makes a good cow, and I think she brings enough quality to match into this lineup as well. Young lady that's got the front heifer also showed that last, this other heifer second to last class there in that March class, very up-headed. Next set is awesome on that female. The transition behind it is great. We work back to a hip that I said could probably be altered. And then relative to that heifer having the most frame size out here, I think she could probably be softened in her body type. Her and the summer-born heifer, I think, have similarities from just the standpoint of being big outlined and extended fresh cattle that probably could be softened just a smidge. And then we round it out with a senior yearling, easy fleshing, moderate, long-bodied, level-topped, a little stale in terms of her condition. Want to see her further along in gestation. So the set of them is really nice. I think there's trade-offs. There's probably a pair of them that I think have some similarities to me, even though they have some differences that that I'm going to land on today. But these cattle would be fun to watch show down the road too.
Congratulations, Kelsey Zepp, for exhibiting your champion Angus, red Angus heifer, and also your champion bred and owned red Angus heifer. Your reserve champion was exhibited by Travis Sadowski. Congratulations to Kelsey and Travis and this red Angus division. We are ready to start the Shorthorn show. We're going to be ready to start our Shorthorn show. We're just going to give our red Angus exhibitors a chance to move through here to give our Shorthorns a little more room. We're going to be looking for Class 22 junior heifer calves, 4 entries. We have started our Shorthorn show. Just a reminder for those in the barn, I have to remind myself every year, we pick a supreme heifer here at the Maryland State Fair, so we only need our champion division winners back at the end of the show. Again, we only select a supreme heifer at the end of the show, so we only need our champion division winners back at the end. We don't need reserves. In addition, we will do a supreme cow-calf pair. So if you were a champion division with a cow-calf, and we also do a supreme bred and owned. So if you've been a bred and owned champion, cow-calf, or heifer champion division, we'll need you at the end of the show. Thank you. In the ring at this time, we have Class 22 Shorthorn Junior Heifer Calves. We have 4 in this class with birth dates ranging from February 1st to February 16th.
I think we can disagree on this class, and that's fine because there's trade-offs out here. The young man's heifer's probably the one we can't disagree on, though. I think a really well-balanced and good-built female that proportions perfect from the side. I thought she won pretty easily. The next set of heifers are different, and the white heifer's kind of the oddball of this set out here amongst the trio, because I think the other heifers just pair up together a little bit more. Is there quite enough in there? I don't know, and that's the question to be made. I think the heifer that winds up second in this class, if she keeps going in terms of growth, I think that heifer's lines and correctness of balance are easily the best amongst this trio. She's so much better hipped than the heifer in third, and probably better hearted, and then she's better just riding behind her shoulder and the outward turn of her forerib shape than the heifer that's going to be fourth. Young lady's heifer that's third out here, there's times where she can look just a little bit round. She's got a little bit of throat right there at the bottom side of her jaw, but that heifer's big-footed and big-boned. When that heifer shows for the young lady, I think that one has some good things to her. She'll set up and look just a little round at times. White heifer that comes next, if you like that one up 2 spots because there's some extra performance and extension of neck and softness of body, wouldn't disagree with you one bit. I think that heifer becomes pretty hard to manage in the way that her shoulder to forerib is just connected and right in behind it. Young lady does a nice job with that heifer, and I like the upside that she does have. I wish it came in just a little bit more complete package from profile.
Congratulations to our junior heifer calf exhibitors. First place, Keegan McGrew. Second, Francesca Bologna. Third, Emily Vance. And fourth, Charlotte Holland. We have a write-in class, class 23, single entry, Aubrey Short, with a November 18th heifer. At this time, we need class 24, class 26, and class 27 in the makeup ring.
Just a single entry November heifer, and we've got a good stick out here on the front side of her, and so that's the look that heifer can give you, and I think she'll continue to get more out of her as time continues on. I like this heifer in terms of having some foot size, some bone work to her, and flexibility underneath. She's right on track to me in terms of where she's at from a condition standpoint, because she still has some greenness to her, and yet plenty soft in terms of her body type. There's times that she doesn't just look maybe perfect in her hip construction or grow bone versus tailhead, maybe doesn't lay into her perfect, and that's why I say you've got a good stick out here, and she's going to get the most out of this heifer as this one settles in, gets loin, big pin, a lot of good things in this female here as well.
Congratulations to our first place heifer from class 23, Aubrey Short. We are now ready to move into class 24, early senior heifers. We have a single entry in this class, birth date of September 13th, 2022.
Very nice single entry that the young lady's got here that brings out, and a good showing heifer too that sets up and stretches her front end out really good. I think this heifer's awesome in terms of her body shape. I think she's laid in smooth in her muscle pattern, but when you're behind her, that heifer's almost deceivingly wide, because from the side her muscle pattern lays in nice and she's a smooth made type of a female, and yet from behind that heifer's really, really wide, stifle to stifle. She's got some thickness to her, so nice place to go ahead and lead off as a single entry in this class.
Congratulations, Audrey Robertson, for exhibiting a first place early senior heifer. We're now ready for our Class 26 early summer yearling heifers. We have 2 entries in this class, as Audrey was a scratch from this class and showed earlier. So we have 2 entries. Ages range from May 14th, 2022 to July 2nd, 2022. In the makeup area, we need Class 27 and Class 28. Again, Class 27 and Class 28 to the makeup area at this time.
Nice pair of heifers that comes out here. We've got a July and a May. July up front, and I think at the ground is where she beats the May heifer out here. She's bigger footed, more flexible. I think her shoulder angle's a little more appropriate, and probably part of that extra looseness she's got down low comes to a little bit of a fault, because she gets just a little bit relaxed in her spine too. Maybe doesn't carry as much strength there, but I like the heifer's up-headed look. I like her feet and legs. I think she gets out and she moves really good. She's fresh in terms of her condition. Heifer that's going to wind up second in the roan female, as I alluded, probably holds some upper hand pieces up high. I think her upper body shape works just a little bolder turn to it. I think that allows her to feed and fill in just a little smoother right in behind her shoulder, and when the cattle are parked, that allows that one to manage a better and stronger top line in her. She probably has just a little more mass to her with some age as well. A heifer that reads just a little bit tighter, moving off of both ends, works up in her top and down in her pin set in accordance to just get out and go right. But a nice pair of cattle, 2 good heifers that are different from one another.
Results of Class 26 early summer yearling heifers, first to Addison Wagner and second to Cassidy Sill. We're now moving into Class 27 April junior yearlings. Birth dates range from April 2nd to April 20th. We have 2 entries in this class. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the following: Addison Fritz, Savannah Hutchins, and Mabel Smithson for taking care of our ribbons today. We greatly appreciate your help. Thank you, ladies. We are now looking for, in the makeup area, Class 28 should be in the makeup area, and we were looking for Class 29, 31, and Class 29 and 31 to be in the makeup area at this time. The rest of your Shorthorn heifers need to be in the makeup area. Thank you.
Another nice pair of cattle that I think fall together this direction. The young man's heifer that's going to lead off. A beautifully presented heifer, and I think everything transitions good. She might be as seamless as any of them so far in terms of just how her neck blends into her shoulder and then her shoulder to her forerib. And I think when you get up close on that heifer, those things stand out and are pretty neat. And her from the side, I think she balances still very well. She's not the longest bodied and longest hipped one that we've seen come out here, though, but a nice kind of a heifer to lead off. The heifer in second, she maybe doesn't have as much depth as the winner, but I don't think the winner is still the deepest one that we've ever seen either. I think this heifer's got a big, long, square hip in her. I think her function at the surface is still very good as well. From profile, she's probably just not the smoothest and quite as elite in terms of her balance as what the heifer is that leads off, but that's a good pair of cattle right here.
Results of Class 27 April Junior Yearlings. First, Keegan McGrew, and second to Peyton Davis. Entering the ring at this time, we have Class 28, which is your March Junior Yearling class. We have 4 entries, with Wyatt Davis being a scratch. So again, 4 entries, March Junior Yearlings, with ages from March 7th to March 15th.
I think similarities to the class we started with. There are some trade-offs here once again. The young lady's heifer on the far end that I'm going to elect to lead off with may not be the stoutest one out here, but I think she's the best one in terms of feet and leg structure. It's the soundest heifer off of both ends. I think her extra freshness gives her an upper hand over the pair of cattle that are second and third that maybe have just a little too much on them. That heifer's probably the neatest in terms of her front end, and some of it's because she is fresher and leaner in her kind. Her neck set maybe doesn't pitch to the top side of her shoulder as crazy high as some, and her loin gets a little bit easy. Some of that goes with her extra flex and function underneath. Heifer in second, she's straight top, she's soft-bodied, she's big-centered, she's a little straighter in her hock as well, and I want to loosen that heifer in terms of her structure. You study her up around her tail head, she's getting a little too much pone fat on her. I want to loosen her and stouten her underneath. Heifer here in third, she might be for some because she is so bold and powerful in her kind, and I toyed with some trade-offs here because of what she brings to the table. She's bulky and she's massive. She maybe hits me just a little bit more modest in terms of her frame. She's just a little steerier in terms of her kind and jammed up. I want to just freshen that one up as well, but I like her extra substance. I like her body shape. She still actually flexes her hind leg pretty good too. Heifer that's going to wind up fourth in this set is fresher than the pair that are right in front of her, and I like that about this heifer. I actually think her neck ties on good to the top of her shoulder. She's a little taller fronted with more extension than the moderate heifer in third. I think her balance is still the most compromised, especially as you study where her chest sits relative to her navel and her flank, a little off in terms of her hip.
Results of Class 28 March Junior Yearling Heifers is as follows. Congratulations, Emily Vance with Lovely Lady first. Second is Charlotte Holland. Third, Atlee Hoy. And fourth, Emily Vance with Little Dorothy. If you're reading down your program, 4, 1, 3, and 2. In the ring now, we have a single entry in Class 29 Early Junior Yearlings. This heifer was born 2/16/2022. Simmental exhibitors, this is your 10-minute warning. Simmental exhibitors, we are finishing up our Shorthorns in the next few minutes. Please be aware to be on standby. Simmental exhibitors, be on standby.
A single entry and a really big-bodied heifer here, super broody in her kind, deep in her heart, and her midrib. I like that about that heifer. I think the spacing of her teats and the refinement of them is very good. We can maybe shorten them ever so slightly, but I like the structure of the udder that we can see right now on this female here. She may be just a little bit easy fleshing out here to be just the freshest in terms of the show world, but I do like that heifer in terms of her body substance and the bulk that she has, especially through her midrib.
And winning the class for Class 29 Early Junior Yearling Heifers is Peyton Davis. Entering the ring now, that was Class 29. Entering the ring now is Class 31 Early Senior Yearlings. We again have a single entry of Francesca Bologna. Class winners in the Shorthorn breed. Class winners in the Shorthorn breed, please start lining up for the announcement of the champion drive.
The senior yearling here, we're going to hold over and make a spring caver on us, and a sound structured one. I think her hind legs built nice. We probably flipped the script just a little bit from the last single entry we had. We got a little more frame in this heifer. She's very fresh in terms of her condition as well. A heifer that when you watch her coming right at you, her knee and down to the surface, she'll maybe roll just a little bit, and for her age, I probably wish that one was just a little bit softer bodied, a little bigger rib, but I think some of it's because she's done a nice job keeping her fresh too. So we'll let her out. We'll let her circle right back around, come in the drive here in 1 second.
Your early senior yearling heifer was exhibited by Francesca Bologna. We are now ready to select our champion and reserve champion Shorthorn heifer here at the 2023 Maryland State Fair. From your junior heifer calf class is Keegan McGrew with a heifer born February 16th, 2023. From class 23 is Aubrey Short with a heifer born November 18th, 2022. Class 24 early senior heifers is exhibited by Audrey Robertson, and the birth date is September 13th, 2022. Addison Wagner is exhibiting your class 26 early summer yearling heifer with a birth date of July 2nd, 2022. Out of class 27 April junior yearling heifers, Keegan McGrew is exhibiting a April 2nd, 2022 heifer. From class 28 March junior yearling heifers, Emily Vance is exhibiting a March 14th heifer. From your early junior yearling heifer class, Peyton Davis has a February 16th, 2022. And out of our last class, class 31 early senior yearlings, Francesca Bologna is exhibiting a September 10th, 2021 heifer. Your champion Shorthorn banner was sponsored by the DeGasper family, and your reserve champion Shorthorn banner was sponsored by Gypsy Creek Ranch. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our 2023 champion Shorthorn Drive.
Another drive of heifers, and there's a lot of them, and a lot of shorthorns that came out here, and good ones too, and nothing to take away from any of our second place cattle, but your champion reserve in this division once again stand out here in front of me, and I really think there's 3 cattle in particular that are in the mix of things, and I think each of them are very, very nice. I think different days when they fill up right or wrong or things like that could just dictate some changes in the way that a person might sort through that trio of them. I'll go out here and shake the hand of your champion and follow it with reserve. Let's put our hands together real fast. A really nice set of shorthorn cattle.
Congratulations, Keegan McGrew, for exhibiting your champion Shorthorn heifer. Peyton Davis is re-entering the ring. Congratulations to Audrey Robertson for exhibiting your reserve champion Shorthorn heifer. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll be ready to roll in just a minute. Again, your champion Shorthorn heifer was exhibited by Keegan McGrew, and your reserve was exhibited by Audrey Robertson. Back in. I apologize to our Shorthorn exhibitors. I forgot bred and own. If you have a bred and owned Shorthorn, we're going to bring those in the ring. The judge will be back in just a minute. If my list is right, I have Keegan McGrew, Francesca Bologna, Peyton Davis, Emily Vance, and a second entry from Francesca. Sorry about that. You can bring your Shorthorn bred and owned heifers in the ring at this time. Shorthorn bred and owned heifers into the ring, please. We do have more programs on the stage at the corner over here if anyone needs some. Again, more programs have come down if you all need some. So these are your bred and owned Shorthorn heifers. We're going to select a champion. And then we will be ready for your Simmental breed. And we'll start with Class 22 junior heifers. So we need them in the ring at this time. Class 22 Simmental junior heifer calves need to come to the makeup area. Congratulations to Keegan McGrew for exhibiting your champion bred and owned Shorthorn heifer. If I'm correct, that heifer came out of the first class of our Shorthorns today, and that was GCR Margie 311. Congratulations to all our Shorthorn exhibitors. We're now ready to move into our Simmental breed. Simmentals, you're needed in the ring. Simmentals, class 22 and class 24. We're now starting our Simmental heifer show here at the Maryland State Fair. Into the ring, we are bringing our junior heifer calves. This is class 22. We have 5 entries in this class, with heifers ranging in age from February 6th to April 2nd. On standby, we need class 24 and class 26. Again, in the makeup area, Simmental, class 24 and 26, please.
Really nice class of heifers, and I think all 5 of these I think you should be proud of, because each one of these heifers has some good to them. We just pushed pretty far on the top end of this class. I think this red heifer's really nice, and just looking at the livestock, I think she needs to start. I think that heifer's balance and her softness of body and just her function built into her skeleton is very, very good. She's probably never going to be just the rocket-necked heifer amongst this set of them or in general, but I do think that heifer's balance and proportions make that not an issue to me at all. Heifer in second, I probably like her immaturity relative to her age versus the April heifer that's going to lead off in this class. I like where this one's at, closer to my February's. I think her shape is really good. Her body shape is really nice. And she's not refined at the top of her neck and crazy neat-throated, but her head carriage and her neck, it's awfully extended. It ties on really, really high. She's got maybe just a little more shoulder and tail head, doesn't quite set as soft today, but I think that heifer's very, very nice landing there in second. Young man's heifer that's going to be here in third, I think one that's got an abundance of power to her. She's got a really, really big hip when you're in behind the cattle. I think that heifer's got some body to her, and ultimately from the side, I still think that's a good heifer. She maybe just isn't quite as lethal as the pair in front of her from that regard. Little longer on those front feet, chest maybe pushes a little out in front of her, but I think that heifer's very, very good to stand third. Swap these two because I do think that this blaze-faced heifer here, I guess when she came in, she's got just a little bit of an awkward shaped chest into her and can round out of her hip just a smidge, but I like the thinness of her neck and how extended she is up through her front end. I think she's awfully good from that standpoint. That heifer's extra softness of body and probably just a little more looseness underneath gives her an upper hand. I'll be honest, there's times where that heifer just gets set up and doesn't probably piece together everything perfect. Then there's a couple other times that heifer gets set up, young lady, and I think you've got a really, really nice one. So I think just keep getting her dialed in and studying what that looks like from the outside, because I probably was just a little harsher on her at the start than I'll be honest that I needed to be. Red heifer right here, a big, growthy, and long-bodied one. A lot of shape to her, a lot of power and stoutness to that heifer. In this set of cattle, I think she's just a little more rigid at the surface. She gets a little bit tight spine and not quite as soft in her body type yet today, but that's a set of 5 cattle that all have some good to them.
Congratulations to Class 22 exhibitors. First went to Alyssa Slimmer. Second to Grady McGrew with GCR MCG Honey. Third went to Grady McGrew with GCR GWM Black Betty. Fourth went to Mabel Smithson, and fifth to Charlotte Smithson. Reading down your program, 1, 5, 2, 4, and 3. In the ring now, we have Class 24 early senior heifers. We have a single entry of Grady McGrew, and this heifer's birth date is October 2nd, 2022. We're looking for Class 26, 27, 28, and 29 to be ringside at this time. Again, Class 24, 26, 27, and 28 need to be in the makeup area.
Very good heifer here that we've got this lone October. I think just a powerhouse. She's stout, she's bold, she's dimensional, and she still handles it really, really well in terms of feet and leg structure as you set her in motion and even set up from the side. I think the set of her hock and the build of her hip and rear leg as a whole is really nice. Obviously want her to just set that tail head down, but she gets just a little forward there at kind of the top front side of her chest. But a little bit of a glitch right there. But the rest of that heifer, I think, just still balances everything, fits together really nice in her. Lone May red blaze-faced heifer here that comes out, and I think just super fresh in her kind. She's done an awesome job managing her. I think she's perfect in terms of her condition. She's got, not just tons of hair, but it's been managed very, very well. And so from that standpoint, I think you're on point with her. And still a high-quality heifer, too. She's got some body to her. She's really square in her hip with some shape from behind, the right kind of power to her. Maybe not the loosest one that we've seen walk right through here on the semi side, but I think a very nice heifer that's going to match into the lineup well.
Catching up here on results, we have Class 24 early senior heifers. Your first place was exhibited by Grady McGrew. Class 26 early summer yearling heifers, you had a single entry, and that was exhibited by Isabella Smithson. In the ring now, we're exhibiting April junior yearling heifers. We have a single entry, and this heifer was born September 4th, 2022. Now, in the makeup area, we are looking for March 28th. We're looking for Class 28 March heifers, Class 29 early junior yearling heifers, and Class 30 senior yearling not freshened heifers. While our judge looks over this class, I'd like to thank some more sponsors. Our beef showing sponsor, our beef show ring sponsor is HTI and William McGrew, and our beef showmanship champion sponsor was Crownstone Equipment. So we'd like to thank HTI and William McGrew and Crownstone Equipment.
Really high quality, well presented heifer here that as a judge will make you scratch your head just a little bit because of her age relative to how she kind of looks in her udder. So talk to the young lady just a little bit there, but a nice a nice female, really nice in her front end and her neck set and her shoulder build. Got some body to her. If I'm tweaking on her, when we set her into motion, she wants to just throw her rear leg a tiny little bit, maybe knuckle up ever so slightly, but a good single entry right here. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations to Alyssa Slimmer for her first place April junior yearling heifer. We're now ready to evaluate our March junior yearling heifers. We have 2 entries in this class. They were born March 5th and March 6th. We're looking for early junior yearling heifers, 29, 30, and 29 and 30 need to be in the makeup area at this time. Thank you.
A pair of cattle that are a little different from one another, and when the young man gets his heifer stopped and put together, I just think she balances very well, and she transitions everything smooth and just looks a little bit more feminine amongst this duo. Her neck shape and her tail head and just the smoothness that she has throughout. In a perfect world, I'd let that one soften up more in terms of her body type, and maybe further along in gestation allows for some of that in motion. She'll maybe handle her spine just a little different than she does when she's set up, kicks it up just a notch, but when she's set up, it looks perfect. Heifer that's going to wind up here in second, a powerhouse, really dimensional and thick, looks like a purebred in terms of just stoutness and dimension and boldness all the way through. Maybe along those same lines, a heifer that is just a little bit crestier to the shape to her neck. She gets a little coarser there in her tail head and her navel and her type and her kind. I actually probably like her foot shape even just a little bit better than the heifer that wins. That one's just a little bit long-toed, and so I do think there's definitely some good things in your heifer. She's just a little coarse to me.
Congratulations to the exhibitors in Class 28 March Junior Yearling Heifers. First to Colt Harward, second to Charlotte Smithson. Annette, are we ready? All right, we're ready for our Class 29 Early Junior Yearling Heifers. We have 3 entries. Birth dates on these heifers range from January 7th, 2022 to January 25th, 2022.
We got 3 very different kinds of cattle out here, and you can have your favorites. I'm pretty comfortable with the way they land for me. Young Man's Black Heifer is just the most functionally correct of this set out here. I think particularly her hock and her rear foot is better than the cattle riding behind her. And then you pair that with the fact she's just the most feminine heifer too. Her head shape, her neck shape, and her muscle pattern is probably just the most on point for me, and I love her freshness of condition too. She maybe isn't perfect balance from the side and her top, her loin, and then back into her flank, but I think that heifer does a lot of very nice things. Second place heifer right here. I love her proportions from the side and looks a little more full blood, honestly, as she comes in here in her type and her kind. That heifer's got a huge hip. She proportions so well in terms of balance from the side that I was tempted with her if she just had a little more functional hock and rear leg. She just gets a little too tight moving in her rear leg and maybe has just a little more shoulder than the heifer in front, but I'd probably expect that with a big caboose that she's pulling as well. Heifer that's in third, just a tank, right? Tons of performance and mass and substance, as massive bodied as any of the cattle that come out here, just comes with too much coarseness for me, even more so than a little crest, some shape to her shoulder and chest and tail head. I think if you study her rear foot, that rear outside toe looks like it'll start to curl around and maybe have to manage her feet just a little bit harder than the other cattle long term. So a nice set of 3 cattle that I thought fell together for me comfortably.
Congratulations to your Class 29 exhibitors. First place was Chase Harward. Second, Charlotte Smithson. And third, Georgiana Clisholm. Reading down your programs, 3-1-2. Last heifer in the ring for the Simmental breed for our regular classes is exhibited by Mabel Smithson. This heifer is a senior yearling, not freshened. Birth date December 19th, 2021. We need our class winners to start lining up for the champion drive. Again, class winners of Simmental heifers, please line up for the champion drive.
Young lady would have made a few laps with this heifer yesterday as well, and I think this heifer's got a lot of quality to her. I love just the way she's built in her spine and the hip that she has. She's got a lot of power to her and yet still blends things together very, very smooth from profile. I think if we're going to tweak on her just a little bit, just modify those feet underneath of that heifer, let her get out with just a little bit higher level of comfort. But you've got a very nice senior yearling here that's calving on time, and we'll see her back out here in the Grand Jive in just a second.
Congratulations to Mabel Smithson on your first place in your senior yearling not freshened class. We're going to give her just a second here to walk around and get in our champion lineup, and then we're going to go ahead and do our champion and reserve champion Simmental, and then we're going to do our bred and owned Simmental. From Class 22, your class winner was Alyssa Slimmer with an April 2nd, 2023 heifer. Out of Class 24, early senior heifers is Grady McGrew with an October 2nd, 2022 heifer. Isabella Smithson is exhibiting your early summer yearling heifer with a birth date of May 3rd, 2022. Alyssa Slimmer is also exhibiting your April junior yearling heifer with a birth date of April 4th. Your March yearling heifer division was won by Colt Harward with a birth date of March 6, 2022. Out of Class 29, Chase Harward is exhibiting your early junior yearling heifer with a birth date of January 12, 2022. And out of our last class, Mabel Smithson is exhibiting a December 19, 2021 senior yearling not freshened. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our Simmental champion and reserve champion lineup. Awards for this breed was sponsored by Pondview Farms, the Smithson family. Awards will be presented to our champion bred and owned, our champion Simmental, and our reserve champion Simmental from the Pondview Farm family. Thank you, the Smithson family.
Really nice set of Simmental cattle that came through here today, and I think this lineup of cattle looks really, really nice, start to finish. There's probably 3 of them that stick out a little bit stronger to me amongst this lineup, and even amongst that trio, 2 of them that I think are safe bets, and I think both really good. One of them's probably a little bit smoother and maybe even just a smidge nicer in terms of just totals of balance with a fresh hair coat, and then the other one just incredibly powerful and still handles it so well from a structure standpoint. I'm going to go out and shake the hand of the 2 that I like the absolute best. Put your hands together for all the exhibitors, though.
Congratulations to Grady McGrew for exhibiting your champion Simmental heifer, and that was a single entry class. In addition, Grady is also going to receive the champion bred and owned Simmental heifer distinction. Your reserve champion Simmental heifer was also a bred and owned and exhibited by Alyssa Slimmer. Congratulations to both Alyssa and Grady. Again, Grady had champion Simmental and champion bred and owned, and Alyssa had reserve champion Simmental heifer. We're going to be ready for purebreds and recorded crossbreds, otherwise known as AOB, because that's what I'm going to call it, all other breeds. We're going to be starting that in just a minute. We're going to be looking for our cow-calf. We have 1 cow-calf pair that's going to be exhibited by Carly Black. And then we're going to move into our heifer-calf divisions. Give our Simmental exhibitors just a chance here to move through. We're going to start our all other breed division at this time. We have a single entry cow-calf pair. This pair, mother of this pair was born May 2nd, 2021. Calf at side, April 15th, 23.
A maintainer pair here, or maintainer cow at least, and then a little red heifer calf alongside of her, and a powerful cow, and still handles it pretty good in terms of feet and legs for the substance that she has, which is probably to be expected with a little breed type there. We could probably soften her into her body type to make that one balance just a smidge better as a cow, and she's not the biggest in the world, and I think that works in different parts of the world for different folks, moderation versus size. Heifer calf alongside, I think she's actually going to outperform her mom in regard to her growth curve, because I think the cannon bone of that calf and the length and extension of her looks like she'll mature at a bigger size than what the cow is. I also like the extra extension she's got up through her front end. Obviously a younger, skinnier heifer calf alongside right now. She doesn't quite have the same body type or hip structure that maybe balances perfect from the side, but man, she's real stout, real powerful, got a cool neck on her, a nice pair to start things off with.
Results of our first class, Class 20 cow-calf pair. First place to Carly Black. Welcome to the AOB show here at the Maryland State Fair, and this is Class 22 Junior Heifer Calves. This is one of our largest classes of the day with 10 entries. Calves in this class were born January 5th, 2023 to April 15th, 2023. So this is our all other breeds. 10 head. While our judge sorts through this AOB heifer class, I do have some sponsorships of banners I would like to shout out to. We really appreciate all the support we get from our sponsors. Our Angus heifer banner was donated by Brian Oakes. Your Angus bred and owned heifer from Windsor Manor. Your champion Hereford heifer and your champion Hereford heifer bred and owned, both donated by HTI Contractors. Your champion Red Angus by Taylor Talbert. Your champion Red Angus bred and owned by Kelly and Gabe Zepp at Country Acres. Your champion Shorthorn was donated by Greg McGrew. Your champion bred and owned was donated by the DeGasper family at Half-Ass Acres. Your champion Simmental banner was donated by Gypsy Creek and Greg McGrew. Your champion Simmental bred and owned was donated by the McGrew family. Your champion AOB heifer was donated by Gypsy Creek and the McGrew family. Your all other breeds heifer that we will be selecting at the end of this division was donated by Kylie Farmer at Rough Water Cattle Company.
Really nice class, and as you get into this AOB division with a lot of variation in breed types, we'll get kind of a mixed bag of Skittles out here. I think the three heifers that kind of surface up are particularly cattle that look good when these showmen get them circled over there and put together. Young lady's red and white heifer that's going to lead off. I think in terms of just hind leg structure alone and hip build, I think that heifer's the best and probably just the most striking heifer out here in terms of just quality pieces from the profile. And I'm not saying every one of those is perfect, because I don't love her head shape, and I think she gets just a little relaxed in her spine. But past that, that heifer brings forth so much extension up front, the right kind of lower body and joint work to be an easy class winner in my mind. The heifer in second, really bald, right? There's no real hair on that heifer to fluff her up and make her look extra kind of flashy or draw you in. But that heifer's fundamentally pretty darn nice. And maybe she gets just a little bit tight in her loin and a touch off in her hip structure. And yet I think from a balance perspective, I still think she holds the upper hand in her top line and just her look from the side versus the heifer in third. I think she's a little more extended and neater through her front end. She's got the right kind of body shape to her as well. This heifer that's going to be in third, when that young lady will get her parked over there ringside, I think that heifer puts together the right kind of balanced image to be awfully competitive. In motion, her spine kind of compromises that, but her hind leg is still built really nice. Her hock set down into her pastern and her depth of body, all of those things on that heifer are really nice that's there in third. Young lady's got a power heifer that's here in fourth. The bigger hipped one, she's got more turn up high and stoutness all the way through. I thought amongst that set of them towards the top end, she just read a little bit coarser, and I hate to say this, but a not so pleasant hair coat that I'm sure she's worked hard on to try to straighten out doesn't add to that, because it makes her appear just coarse in general, and her tail, head, and her shoulder probably read just a little that way to begin with. Young man's got a more extended and feminine shaped heifer that's going to come out next. Still really, really green in terms of her condition, and I think this heifer's got some future. Can look just a nickel piecey today on us, but the good pieces that she has are very highlightable. A main on Jew heifer that's going to come next. It's maybe a little bit more moderate in her kind. That heifer's dense. She's powerful. She's stout. I still think that she moves pretty nice. She is just a smidge more conventional in terms of her size. Can read just a little bit coarse with all that power that she has. Young lady Shorthorn plus heifer that's going to circle next for us. Massive in terms of her rib and her body type for such a young little heifer calf that comes out here, and she's fuzzy. I think that one will be fun for the young lady to work on and clip on and put together. She's a little small in terms of her cannon, and I question how big that heifer gets in the long haul to have that much maturity in her body type today, yet read just a little bit small. Young lady's blue roan heifer that's going to circle next is one that probably looks her best way later on down the road, because that heifer is skinny. She looks later maturing than the cattle on either side of her. I like her extra length, her extension. I think that her hind legs sound, and to me, the fact that she's skinny can give her advantages down the road, and I think that's where it'll be obvious that that heifer's extra growth and smoother muscle pattern and squarer build, he'll probably hold an upper hand, in my opinion, maybe versus this yellow and white heifer here. This one's stout. She's powerful. She's kind of clubby in her look, got a skinny neck, a big hip, and a lot of dimension to her. She just comes off a little clubby in her look, in my opinion. And then we round out with this red heifer that I just talked about. Still on the cow, might work to her disadvantage today. Them other cattle been on feed probably, and they allowed them to just soften up. That heifer's got a big hip, a long neck in her. Her balance from the side, she's just got to have more flank in her, and I question if she'll get that. If she does, she becomes more competitive. If she stays just a little raw-bodied and tight-spined, then we have to work around that. But a really nice class to start us off with a lot of good cattle and different kinds.
Congratulations to Class 22 exhibitors. We'll get to those results in just a minute. We're going to bring Class 24 early senior heifers into the ring. Chloe Patrick is our single entry, and this heifer was born October 2nd, 2022. Results of Class 22 junior heifer calf: first to Alyssa Slimmer, second to Cassidy Sill, which was a write-in, third to Audrey Robertson, fourth to Reese McNutt, fifth to Reese McNutt, sixth to Kylie Matthews, seventh to Charlotte Holland, eighth to Georgiana Condon, ninth to Carly Black, and 10th to Carly Black. If you're reading down your program, 10, 7, scratch, 8, 1, 3, 5, 6, 9, 4, And Cassidy Sill is a write-in second place. We're looking for Simmental heifers, class 25 and 26, please. Simmental heifers in the makeup area, classes 25 and 26.
Young lady's got a Shorthorn Plus October heifer that comes out here, and one that's got a lot of lateness of maturity to her. She's very extended up front. She's long-bodied. I think her hind leg structure is built correctly from the side. She's just a little bit skinny on us yet still, and I think looks better in time as she keeps packing on just a little bit more boldness and softness of body type. Nice single entry. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations to Chloe Patrick for exhibiting your class winner from class 24. In class 25, late summer yearling heifers, we have a single entry with a birth date of July 3rd, 2022. Here comes Aubrey. We need class 26 early summer yearling heifers and first call class 27 April junior yearling heifers ringside at this time. We are ready for class 26 in the makeup area, and class 27, please make your way toward the ring.
A July Plus heifer that comes out here, and I think one that's just pretty fundamental for the young lady here. She's has some moderation to her. She's got the right kind of body shape. She's got a lot of just natural thickness and shape to her as well. Her head and the top side of her neck and her type and kind maybe aren't just quite the most feminine out here, but I do think that heifer's nice in terms of practicality and power as well.
And results of class 25, first to Aubrey Short. We're now ready to move into our class 26 early summer yearling heifers. We have 5 entries in this class. Attention in the barns. Attention in the barns. Immediately following this class, immediately following class 26, we need to take a short break for a library presentation, and then we will move into class 27. Your break between class 26 and 27 will be roughly 15 minutes. Again, there will be a 15-minute break between class 26 and class 27.
Real nice set of cattle here, and I like the percent semi heifer to go ahead and lead off. And in my opinion, that one just looks like she kicks out and makes the best cow of this batch pretty easily. I like her moderation and body type in relation to the heifers in second and fourth. I think past that heifer still has enough quality and look from the side. And she's not perfect there, a little right in behind her shoulder and her spine. Maybe we could modify her there just a little bit. But her size, her rib, her fleshing ability, her power and function are all things that I think there's a lot of value in today and on down the road. Heifer in second, man, there's some things about this one that are as out there as we've seen. She said that's a main Angus heifer, and I said not much of the Angus came through because that's a monster hind leg on a heifer right there, and she is so powerful and so stout, and that's a big outline growthy heifer. For me, she's got like a little rounder build to her shoulder relative to her size. I'd rather have one just a little softer bodied, but there's breeding pieces in your heifer, even if she doesn't read quite as cowy to me. Young man's heifer that's going to be right here in third, I actually think kicked out her more sensible frame and fleshing ability might manage or allow that heifer to just stay in a really good kind of shape. And I think that she's laid in a little neater about her shoulder. There's times where I go back and forth between 2 and 3 in my opinion. And then I kept studying on this heifer, and I don't know if her balance is substantially better. The way that her chest fits into her tail head, she'll tighten in her loin a little bit. A nice, useful kind of a heifer there in second, though. If you swap 2 and 3, I don't argue. The heifer here in fourth, there's parts of her that are as good as anything in class. In particular, I think this heifer's the best in her top line. Right in behind her shoulder, across her loin, and out through her tail head. I think she's good. She's so sleek in her look up through her front end and very sound on her feet and legs, too. Relative to this set, I just don't know that there's quite enough cowy look to her midrib and her body type. I think that heifer could just be opened up and her forerib softened all the way through, but I like her function and the pieces of balance that she brings to the table. Young lady that's going to wind up fifth, moderate, good-bodied, thick, powerful, has natural fleshing ability to her as well. From the side, she's a little shorter faced and plainer fronted. She gets just a little tight even if she comes up meeting her stride. Doesn't just get out and function quite as loose as the cattle right ahead of her. But really nice set, very different kinds. You'd have to mate a lot of different directions in that class right there.
Congratulations to Class 26 exhibitors, early summer yearling heifers. First went to Ellie Baker, second to Josie Dell, third to Ryder McNutt, fourth to Addison Wagner, and fifth to Michaela Comer. Reading down the program, 1, 5, 4, 3, and 2. We're going to take a short break right now for a special library presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This year, the Maryland State Fair supported the 2023 Summer Reading Program, All Together Now at Maryland Public Libraries, celebrating kindness, unity, and friendship. I'd like to thank Mary Amos, who is our Education Chairman of the Maryland State Fair Board of Directors, who with our General Manager, Andy Cashman, our Assistant General Manager, David Gordon, our Ag Education staff member, Kelly Garvick, coordinated 5 visits to various libraries and met with almost 500 families to promote the Maryland State Fair, reading, and the importance of agriculture in Maryland. Please join me at this time in welcoming our special summer reading representatives from public libraries all over the state of Maryland. Wait. These children participated in summer reading programs at their local public libraries by reading a variety of books and materials and engaging in fun learning activities. The Maryland State Fair supported this program by donating family passes and bookmarks to every library branch in Maryland. These family passes enabled our summer reading program special readers to join us today for this special ceremony. Today, for their outstanding reading efforts during the summer, the Maryland State Fair is presenting these special readers with a first place ribbon, a Maryland State Fair pin, and a free ice cream pass. The Maryland Summer Reading Program is a partnership project between the local public libraries and the Maryland State Libraries Agency, with funding from the Institute of Museum and Library Services. Once again, we congratulate and thank all of our summer reading representatives for their outstanding efforts in reading this summer. We encourage everyone to keep reading and visiting our Maryland public libraries. Congratulations to these young people.
Attention in the cattle area. We are now ready to resume our show. So if our Class 27 participants can begin lining up. Class 27 AOB cattle, you can start lining up at this time. And you can start bringing your Class 28 ringside. Let's get Class 29 and 27 in the ring, and then 28 to the ring side. Thank you. Attention in the beef barn, attention in the beef barn. The swine showmanship is starting, and from my understanding, they're switching around age divisions to help support the youth that are trying to show in both the heifer show and the swine showmanship show. So please check in at the swine building to find out what that new order is, because we do want our exhibitors to be able to participate with all their livestock. Again, we're lining up heifers for class 27. AOB heifers, class 27. We're ready to resume the show.
Really nice class here to get things started going again, and I think things fall together pretty easily amongst this top trio to me. We've got a purebred Lemmy female here that I think is exceptionally good. Her balance and her structure, her freshness, her power, a lot of things she puts together in a very high caliber package. Heifer that's in second, Sim Solution female's probably a little softer in terms of her body type, a really smooth made kind of a heifer from the outside, and I like her feminine character and maternal image. She doesn't have the extra look and punch as the heifer that leads right in front of her. That's what lands her a pretty comfortable second. Heifer in third, I'll be honest, maybe not my speed. You've seen me maybe beat a few cattle that are big and bulky and too coarse. I think that heifer's got an abundance of substance to her. The reason she winds up third in this class is she's better uddered than the heifer in fourth, better footed than the heifer in fifth. And so I said this class fell together fairly comfortably for me because I would like to make that one a little more breeding cattle, and yet I've got some things that I just don't know about long term on this pair of heifers. I like her softness of body. I like her smoothness of shoulder. I think that heifer's plenty good from the outside. It's just, are those teats going to be good enough? Are they refined enough to make an udder that lasts long term on her? And if her teats were a little better, I'd definitely jump her up a spot and toy with it being close between 2 and 3. A key heifer that's going to be fifth in this particular set. She's got the upper hand in terms of refinement of teat size, and so I'm not quite as concerned udder-wise on that heifer. She's shaped nice. She's fresher than the cattle in 2, 3, and 4 in this class, and so from that standpoint, she's the only one that probably rivals my winner in regard to freshness of presentation, freshness of condition, and still has some shape and power. Her problem's are harder to see for all of you guys. Got to get up close to see her feet, and I just don't think her front toes are shaped good enough. Really nice class, real good Lemmy to lead off.
Congratulations to Class 27 April Junior Yearling Heifers. First to John Crawford, second to Ellie Baker, third to Kylie Mitchell, fourth to Chloe Coblitz, and fifth to Sydney Wise. If you're following along down your program, 4, 3, 2, 5, and 1. In the ring now, we have Class 28 March Junior Yearling Heifers. I have a count of 7. We do have 7 heifers in this class. We're looking at birth dates in March from the 10th of March to the 24th of March. We're looking for Class 29 to be ringside. Again, Class 29. And Alyssa, you might as well go ahead and bring up your Class 31 also. Again, Class 29 and Class 31, you might as well come to the makeup area.
A good pair of them here, and then some good things about the rest of the cattle that come into this class. The heifer that leads off, I think the most intriguing one in terms of the extension and neck set that she has, and then the freshness and power that she brings when you get riding behind her, I think has a decisive advantage over the one that's right in there in second. Big hipped and square and powerful. If I'm tweaking on her, maybe I could open her up in her forerib and heart just a little bit more, make that connection to her shoulder just a little more seamless. I think we've got a really big-bodied plus heifer that's going to wind up there in second. She's functional in her kind, maybe not quite as intriguing to just sit there and study on, or as fresh and jam-packed with quality like the one that leads off, but man, that's a really nice pair there at the top end. Heifer in third's kind of out there in some ways, and kind of breeding piece in my mind. That heifer's got a crazy neck set. She has so much extension up through her front end. She is big boned, and that young lady does a nice job getting an intriguing look at this heifer from the side. Relative to that pair ahead, she's a little much for me in terms of her frame and her size. At times she can look just a little low in the way that her tail head blends right into her, but that heifer's intriguing from the outside. Her extension, her bone, her stoutness, and soft rib cage is all really good. Probably like the pole on this Sim Solution heifer that's coming better right in here next. I like her moderation of frame. I think that one's kind is useful. She's got some power. She's got body. No big fundamental holes in that heifer. If we start to try to sit there and evaluate her at a really high level, does she take and do anything extra like maybe those cattle right ahead of her do? She gets just a little bit plainer profiling at times, but that's a nice kind of female. Same goes for this composite Charolais heifer that's coming next. Tremendous length of body in this heifer. Fleshing ability is awesome in her. She's big-bodied. She's sound in terms of her feet and legs, to the point where she's got a little extra bend there to her hock and set to it. She's a little stale compositionally. I'd like to lean and freshen that heifer up to just give her a little bit fresher look from the outside. We've got that in the Limb Flex heifer that the young lady's got here. When you've got her stopped, I like the extra freshness of front end and strength, the top line she's got back over that heifer that's right there in front of you. At this stage, at this age, is that heifer big enough bodied? Is she soft enough? And even if she is, I'd still like to push her back just a little bit in the angle of her shoulder to allow that heifer to stretch better out of her front reach, take a little longer step. Big hipped and really powerful is the heifer that rounds out this class. Tons of lower quarter and shape and dimension in her. She doesn't look quite as maternal in her image because she's got a little shoulder to go along with all that stoutness and power. Want to soften her in her body type, but to have a heifer that big hipped and that functional and sound on her feet and legs rounding out a class means that this class had a lot of depth in it. So a great job to all the exhibitors in this set.
Congratulations to our March Junior Yearling Heifer exhibitors. First to Alyssa Slimmer. Second to Madeline Rhodes. Third to Cora Kolblitz. Fifth to Francesca Bologna. Sixth to Ella Fritz. And seventh to Emma Bowman. If you're following along down your program, 6, 2, 5, 1, 4, 7, and 3. In the ring this time, we have Class 29 Early Junior Yearling Heifers. We have 6 entering the ring. 6 heifers ranging in age from January 1 to February 20th.
Exceptionally good place to start in the young man's heifer out center of the ring right now. I think she kind of mimics what I've been trying to find in class winners, with just the right kind of body type and fundamentally good set of feet and legs underneath of her. And then I still think that heifer does so with a great look of balance. She's probably, if I'm going to nitpick on her, she's probably got just a little bit of shoulder in her, but past that, that heifer does a lot of things very, very right. Heifer that's in second obviously wanted to kind of pair this set of them up. 2 and 3 are different from one another. I like this heifer better. I guess that's why I put her second instead of third. I think she's the fresher one with more genuine substance to her. She's bolder in her rib cage. She's thicker from behind. She's just a little choppy moving, and I want to just see her go a little bit freer, but I think some of it's because she's just acting up a little bit. I think that's good cattle. She kicks out, does a really good job as a cow, in my opinion. This heifer in third, she's got more grow to her. That's a big outline, growthy type of a female, and if you like her second, I'm not going to sit here and argue with you. I just didn't think she read as genuine anymore. She's got quite a bit of cover up there around her tail head. She's got a lot of condition on her, but if you like the extra stretch in that heifer, the extra grow and performance, swap 2 and 3, no biggie there. And the same thing goes for 4 and 5. This pair of cattle have some trade-offs. I think this is the smoother, better spined and softer bodied heifer as you're studying her off to the side. And for the age we're at in January, February, I probably just got to see more body in this heifer right here. She's got extra power versus that white-faced heifer in front of her, a pair of Sim Solutions. She's got more bone underneath of her and power all the way through. Her spine and her underline, her flank just don't quite read us long-term, in my opinion. And then we've got a heifer that's rounding out the class. Monster hipped, really, really powerful, huge in terms of foot and bone. Probably could be a little more competitive in a different division even. I think that one reads just a little bit terminal in her kind. So really nice class, great way to start off in this class with that class winner.
Congratulations to Class 29 early junior yearling heifer exhibitors. First went to Grady McGrew, second to Dakota Bernard, third to Charlotte Holland, fourth to Charles O'Boyle, fifth to Brooke Buckler, sixth to Carson Powers. Reading down your program, 5, 2, 4, 6, 3, and 1. We have a single entry for Class 31, Alyssa Slimmer. This heifer is a September 16th, 2021. We need our first place winners to be lined up for our champion drive. So we are looking for Alyssa Slimmer from the Class 22. Chloe Patrick from Class 24, Aubrey Short from Class 25, Ellie Baker from Class 26, John Crawford from Class 27, Alyssa Slimmer from Class 28, and Grady McGrew from Class 29.
We're closing things out, and the young lady that's showing this one's brought us a handful of cattle. All of them have been exceptionally good, and maybe this one's not blessed with as fresh and youthful of a hair coat as what some of her others have, but that's good livestock there. I think her moderation and her length, I think the length of her hip and the build of her rear leg when she's set up right there to y'all profile is exceptionally good. A nice bodied heifer as well. A little chest in her and maybe just doesn't hit you wowie at first glance, but man, she's a very, very good heifer that's going to fit up into this lineup great.
Congratulations, Alyssa Slimmer, for her class winner, Class 31. We're now ready to bring in our AOB division. From Class 22, it leaks occasionally in here. Not too bad though. Not usually they're running the fan. Yeah, I am. From Class 22, our junior heifer calf champion was Alyssa Slimmer, March 14th, 2023. Class 24, your winner was exhibited by Chloe Patrick, and this heifer's date is October 2nd, 22. Your late summer yearling heifer was exhibited by Aubrey Short with a birth date of July 3rd, 2022. Your early summer yearling heifer was exhibited by Ellie Baker with a June 4th, 2022. Class 27, your first place heifer was exhibited by John Crawford, and her birth date is 4/2/22. Alyssa Slimmer exhibited your March junior yearling heifer with a March 17th, 2022. Your early junior yearling heifer class winner was Grady McGrew with a January 1st, 2022 heifer. And to round out our lineup is your early senior yearling heifer exhibited by Alyssa Slimmer with a birth date of September 16th, 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your champion lineup for all other breeds. Please give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
We've got 8 class winners out here and some depth in a lot of these classes and good cattle. We started off, once again, I'll sound like a broken record, but we started really good in that calf class. A trio of them, and yet amongst that trio, just one that probably stood out in that heifer, and I think feet and legs and body type and just first impressions on that heifer hit you really, really hard. And then we worked through a handful of them and get back to some other breeds that we hadn't maybe seen, and then get to a closing on a really nice senior yearling heifer there that's maybe just not quite as fresh as some of them, but that's probably to be expected of a senior yearling. I think this lineup is exceptionally good, and I would tell you that as just a judge in your head and as y'all ringside, you're probably thinking about the ones that I liked, and I did think there was a pair of them amongst this set, I guess as each one of them came in, that stood out, and that one was winning until another one came in, and then it became close. I think it's very, very close between a pair of cattle. They're not exactly the same, but I think they're the best 2 cattle, and I'm very excited to go out here, shake each of those exhibitors' hands. But if you wouldn't mind, put your hands together for them one big time, and I'll go out, take one last look, and get you a champion reserve.
How'd you do? Think this camera running? Yes, it is.
We need Dakota Bernard to return to the ring. Congratulations, Grady McGrew, for exhibiting your champion AOB heifer. Congratulations to Grady McGrew, your champion AOB exhibitor, and John Crawford as your reserve AOB exhibitor. We do need to select a champion bred and owned. If you have a bred and owned all other breeds, please either stay in the ring or return to the ring. Again, AOB exhibitors, bred and owned, either stay in the ring or return to the ring at this time. I'm sorry, I have to take that back. AOB, you can return to the barn. John Crawford, you are our champion AOB exhibitor. He was reserve AOB, so he is going to be your champion AOB exhibitor. Sorry about that. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. We do need the cow-calf. Cow-calf. We need you to return to the ring at this time for Supreme. Cow-calves for Supreme to the ring. Breed champions for Supreme to the ring. Bred and owned champions to the ring. Again, we only need your champion divisions because we're selecting a Supreme. Champion cow-calf, champion heifer divisions, and champion bred and owned divisions. Please make your way to the ring. As soon as we get lined up, we're going to begin. Do we have our cow-calves here in the ring? Is our cow-calves ready to go? Angus cow-calf pair, we need Jaden Odell to the ring. Angus cow-calf pair, Jaden Odell to the ring. Hereford cow-calf pair, Chloe. We need you to the ring. Cow-calf pair to the ring, please. Herefords, Chloe. Chloe Patrick, we need you to do the ring with your cow-calf pair. Jaden Odell with your Hereford cow-calf pair. We all need all breed division winners. Your champion Angus cow-calf pair was exhibited by Jaden Odell. Your champion Hereford pair was exhibited by Chloe Patrick with Marvin's Flamingo. And your champion AOB was exhibited by Carly Black with SSC Lola. This is your Supreme Drive.
We bring this trio of pairs back out here, and I won't go through and just labor too much on the discussion of them. I'm sure a lot of you folks are ready for me to pick a couple champions out here. I think what these three do, though, and that's represent their breeds, I think, well. We've got femininity where it needs to be and power where it needs to be, and I think that's important to have breed character and strength from that standpoint. Probably one of them in my mind that takes functionality and quality just a little bit higher than the next. I'll go out here and get you a champion. Let's put our hands together for the trio of them bringing pairs out. It's not easy to drag a pair out and keep them looking right.
Congratulations to your Angus pair and Jaden Odell for exhibiting the Supreme cow-calf pair. Your Supreme beef heifer banner. Your Supreme banner was donated by the Bechtel family, Brooks, Angie, and Riley Bechtel. Thank you. We're going to line up our champion drive for Supreme Heifer at this time. To our champion exhibitors, don't forget that Alexis Ray Dune is down at the backdrop and is taking pictures. We are waiting for our breed champions so we can finish up here with our Supreme selection. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we've been waiting for all day here. This is our heifer parade running for Supreme Champion Youth Showman here at the 2023 Maryland State Fair. Your champion Angus is being exhibited by Grant Anthony with FDE Wendy. Your Charolais was exhibited by Briley Miller with L-Man Snowbell. Your commercial heifer was exhibited by Trevor Cole, weighing 1262. Your champion Hereford is exhibited by Ella DeFord with GGSC Mary Lady. Your champion Red Angus is being exhibited by Kelsey Zepp with Country Acres Sage. Your champion Shorthorn is exhibited by Keegan McGrew with CF Mona Lisa. Your champion Simmental is exhibited by Grady McGrew with GCR MCC Brokers Honey. We need our Charolais to move up a little, please. And your AOB is exhibited by Grady McGrew with CFMB Demi. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your Supreme Champion Drive for the 2023 Maryland State Fair. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Your Supreme Heifer banner was sponsored by Gypsy Creek Farms. Your Supreme exhibitor will also be awarded a belt buckle and a duffel bag, which was sponsored by the Maryland State Fair. We do need all our bred and owned champions to be in the makeup area at this time. All bred and owned champions in the makeup area, please.
Really fun heifer show to sort through, and I'll go through and kind of hit on a few things that I like in each of these since it's been a little while. I thought that Angus heifer, that was a competitive set of Angus cattle, and I thought she was a little different in that lineup and maintained function and feet and leg structure and squareness, and then went a little bit further with some of the extra things. I think she's as good as any one of them in this lineup, and the way that she just puts together correctness of balance, her top line and her hip structure is very good, and from behind the cattle, I think she's perfect in terms of her width. She's probably not as just refined in her head and neck shape and where her chest sits into her from a forward standpoint as maybe some of the other cattle in that set, but I think that one's got a ton of breeding value to her. Her midrib, her pin set, her squareness and correctness is very good. A high-performing and growthy Charolais heifer, and that duo of them were both that. This is the one that had extra body and substance to her. I thought her depth of heart, her softness of midrib gave her the upper hand in that pair between Champion and Reserve and her respective class. That one was the square hipped one that brought forth just an upper hand in quality comparatively, and then out here maybe just a little bit off in terms of some balance aspects. Still a high quality heifer, but maybe just doesn't put together this lethal look in terms of profile. Nice heifer in terms of function, stoutness, power, and performance. Our commercial division winner, I thought she won that pretty easily. It's a moderate, massive bodied heifer whose depth of heart, softness of rib, and fleshing ability I think is really, really good. And in that set, I thought thought she was particularly the soundest and most fundamentally correct one, because the build of her hock and set to her pastern, I think, allowed that one to just motor better than everything else out there. She had a little chest, and the base of her shoulder maybe open just a smidge. We talked about all that function in terms of her skeleton, maybe not conducive to having just the perfect length of foot. Her toes might be just a smidge long, but that's a very, very nice heifer out here. Our Hereford heifer came out of a division. There were several of those class winners that put together good things, and that was our first really big division of a bunch of class winners. I thought she beat reserve on account of freshness, and that heifer's chest floor sits up into her really, really nicely. She comes back really bold in terms of her midrib, and I think that heifer's balance is good and her structure reads right. I mentioned maybe she was just a smidge full there because she wanted to pull her top, and she's maybe not just perfect there, but that's a high-quality heifer that's the right size and in the right kind of condition. Red Angus heifer wins that, and there was varying types, and I think different stages of their lives. Each of those cattle could have different peaks. Today, this heifer I thought brought forth as intriguing of just a neck set and head carriages, and honestly out here as much as any one of them in this set. Her softness of body was the most impressive in that lineup, especially being the youngest calf in that division. No, maybe loin, tail, head, and then hind leg we said we could maybe modify a little bit, and as that heifer just cooperates better, stands and stays put and lets that girl put her together, I think that one puts together a great look from profile. 3 Shorthorns in that division that I had mentioned. It was between 2 of those were champion reserve. The third one of those would have been champion bred and owned. I thought just a really correct kind of a female. She's made nice. She's built right. She balances well. She hits you with freshness and quality. She wasn't the softest bodied one, and yet in her class she still held that advantage. But a high quality heifer that presents herself really well out here. And then a pair of Simmies that were champion and reserve, a little different from one another, but I think that heifer does what good Simmental cattle are supposed to do. A fall-born with an immense amount of power. I think amongst this set, she's by some margin the biggest hipped, most dimensional heifer that comes out here, and she still handles it well in terms of feet and legs. And I said, no, maybe not just radical in terms of her look up front, and yet the extension that she has, the way her neck ties onto her shoulder, I still think is really good. Reserve to her paints a beautiful image from the side, that little red April heifer calf. I think lines are great, and she always held her tail head into her a little more comfortably, which added to that. I thought that one had a ton of value and a ton of good out here. And then we just wrapped up with a pair of cattle, and I went back and forth between that duo because I thought they were both exceptionally well. Here's one that's massive bodied and fundamentally correct with proportions of balance from the side that read on target, and then a really fresh and high quality heifer in that Limmy right in behind her. I thought an awesome set of cattle, and so my congratulations to you guys from that standpoint and to everybody else that pushed y'all to get here, because these moments are pretty neat to get out here. I want to thank, I guess, everybody making this show run smoothly. I didn't think there was too many times where we had nearly any hiccups, and out here in the ring, you've got a cool ring surface out here, and it maintained almost a spotless look out here. And so my compliments to the Maryland State Fair. Your heifer show's been great, and a lot of it is you kids, and a lot of it are the folks that are helping run something like this. They put in a lot of hours, so get a chance, thank them for all that they do to make something like this run effortlessly. I'll go out here and get you a champion.
Your Supreme heifer for the 2023 Maryland State Fair came out of our All Other Breeds division and was exhibited by Grady McGrew, CFMNB Demi. Congratulations. We're now going to do our Bred and Owned division. We're going to do our Bred and Owned Supreme Champion. I believe we're ready to start. Your champion bred and owned Angus was exhibited by Bryce Zepp and his Windsor Manners Elsa. Your champion Hereford bred and owned was exhibited by Benjamin Troyer with SRF Lady Liberty. Your champion Red Angus was exhibited by Kelsey Zepp, Country Acres Sage. Your champion Shorthorn was exhibited by Keegan McGrew with GCR Margie. Your champion Simmental was exhibited by Grady McGrew. And your champion bred and owned AOB was exhibited by John Crawford with JCRW Cricket. Your supreme champion AOB Heifer will receive a banner, which was sponsored by Gypsy Creek Ranch, and a belt buckle, which was sponsored by the Maryland State Fair. We'd like to thank you all for being here with us today. Also, please put your hands together for our judge today. Taylor Frank has been absolutely fabulous. He worked with our youth yesterday in showmanship. We're going to see him again this evening in the steer show, but he's done an absolutely fabulous job with our heifers today. He's a professor and livestock judging coach at Black Hawk. Butler, sorry.
Not quite as chubby as Blake is. Really good set of cattle that are out here, guys, and I think one of the most impressive things amongst this lineup is that you kids were really competitive, and you raised these cattle, and in your respective breeds, we already saw a handful of these heifers out here, and so I think that's something that's pretty darn impressive, is that you're doing it yourself, and you're doing it at such a high level as well, and so keep doing that. Once again, if you wouldn't mind, put your hands together for these exhibitors, and Addison and I are going to go pick you a champion.
Your bred and owned supreme heifer was exhibited by John Crawford. We'll see you guys back here at 7 p.m. at the start of the steer show. The list of the breed order is behind me here at the stage. We're starting with Angus, 7 p.m.